your witness, any preliminary matters?
Well, one preliminary matter, we were instructed to take a look at the applications and make sure that what is admitted into the record is what is needed and necessary. So just as a matter of caution, we moved to admit into the as exhibits the CPCN application dated August 16, 2023, the amended CPCN application dated September 20, 2023, and all exhibits thereto.
All right, that motion will be allowed.
That's all we have.
If I may, I think the one other issue that I brought up at the end of the hearing yesterday was the question that you had asked, Mr. Klein, I think public staff asked as well, about whether or not he had been to Carolina Village prior to April of 2024. And he has now looked and has the answer. I don't know how the commission wants to handle that. Have him go back up on the stand and you can ask the question again.
Let's do this. When Mr. Klein comes back up on rebuttal, we can get that information at that point in time.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Okay, anything from the public staff?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Coxton, my recollection is you had completed your cross-examination. Just confirm that for me.
Yes. Ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Finley with you on redirect.
Thank you. Mr. Myers, you were asked a number of questions about the rather lengthy history of the Carolina Village water and sewer system. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Before CWS owned the system, did you recommend to the then owner of the Carolina Village that they enter into a special order of consent in 2016?
We did.
Why was that?
Two reasons. I think primarily one that benefited the owner, and one which is when you're under an SOC, notices of violation, DEQ stops issuing notices of violation while you're under the SOC. And also it provides a schedule for certain activities, in this case, the replacement of the wastewater treatment plant and some other improvements at the wastewater treatment plant, and a schedule for those, and it gives DEQ enforcement ability. And while we, certainly thought going into it that the owner was committed to making those improvements, we thought it was prudent to have the SOC there as kind of a belt and suspenders.
And what was your recommendation to the owner for capital improvements in 2016?
I'll break that down. Maybe we had recommendations on the water system that included, our recommendation was removal of what's called a ground storage tank that's out there, removal of fire hydrants on the water system, replacement of a hydropneumatic tank was also part of one of our recommendations, as well as rebuilding the well house and installing meters. On the collection system, we had recommended CCTVing the collection system to identify sources of I&I, or inflow and infiltration, sorry about that. And rebuilding of there's 4 lift stations out there, rebuilding the 4 lift stations. At the wastewater treatment plant, our recommendation was, we kind of termed it a replacement and repurposing. So what we meant by that is replacing the existing treatment plant, but repurposing the existing tankage to be some of the components in kind of the modified or upgraded wastewater treatment plant. And we recommended construction of a new infiltration basin as part of that. In terms of the infiltration basin in particular, that recommendation came out of meetings we had with the owner, the engineer, and DEQ, where they had communicated that the existing infiltration basin that had been constructed on the system had not functioned properly, really since the date it was installed. And that was one of DEQ's main concerns, was that they did not view that infiltration basin that had originally been constructed as being a viable disposal option for effluent from the treatment plant. In regards to, I'll go back on the fire hydrants, part of the reason that we had made that recommendation regarding removal of the fire hydrants is because the fire hydrants had been installed on 4-inch and 6-inch diameter water mains. And minimum standard is for a fire hydrant to be on a 6-inch water main. We prefer it to be on an 8-inch. So we just did not feel that that water system could support a fire flow. And so we felt the liability of having those fire hydrants on the system outweighed the benefit they were providing for the community.
And when you say we, you're talking about EnviroLink.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Did the owner take your recommendations? And when were those items completed, if they were or not?
I would say that he took some of the recommendations. Largely, each of the recommendations I went through, he did, with the exception of they wanted to keep the ground storage and the fire hydrants. Their decision was to keep the ground storage and the fire hydrants on the system. They did not follow our recommendation there. They also did not have plans to install meters on the water system. And your second part of your question, in terms of what improvements they did make, they did replace the hydro-pneumatic tank. That would have happened in 2016, I believe. And they did purchase a generator for the water system, but they never installed. Well, they mobilized it to the site, but they never hooked it up or installed it. They also engaged the engineer to design and permit a new wastewater treatment facility with a new infiltration basin, and had actually started construction of the infiltration basin, but ultimately decided the owner ceased work on that and never finished the construction of the infiltration basin, and never pursued purchasing the new wastewater treatment plant.
And do you know why those latter improvements to the wastewater treatment system were not completed?
At that time, the owner was trying to negotiate a new SS special order of consent with DEQ that included both different milestones and a different schedule. However, DEQ refused to execute the amended or special order of consent, and that frustrated the owner at that point, and he communicated to DEQ that his intent was not to make any further investment into either the water or the sewer system at that time.
And why exactly did the owner want to amend the SOC?
This is more of an opinion, but my opinion, he was under contract at that point in time, and Old North State Water Company had applied for, applicate a new CPCN application at that time. So I think he was trying to buy time until Old North State Water Company could obtain the CPCN and take ownership of the assets and transfer that requirement over to Old North.
Right. Did the prior owner there continue to make investments in the Carolina Village systems?
He did not. After him and DEQ had their dispute, he notified the DEQ that his intent was not to make any further investment into the water and sewer system.
With respect to EnviroLink, after that decision, did EnviroLink make any investments, or did it determine to walk away when the previous owner quit investing the money?
I guess I'll answer your first question. I would say it's not EnviroLink's role to make investments into water and sewer systems. That responsibility stays with the owner. Our role is to function as the operator. However, and happy to get into it, we did make some investments at a later point just to make sure that we were keeping the customers in service. But why didn't we walk away? I would say that we didn't walk away for a few reasons. I think the primary reason is there was nobody else that was willing to provide service out there, and we were concerned about, what would happen if we did walk away, what would happen to services for the community. We also believe that it's within our mission to kind of take on these challenging projects and to stick with them and see them through to the end until we can make them more of a sustainable asset for the communities. And I think, as I indicated before, it was, we felt that we could look past what was going on there and see value for this, for the water and sewer system in the future.
What investments did you make?
As things went on, there's the primary investment we make, there's 4 lift stations in the community, and the pumps began to fail in those lift stations. And so when pumps fail, it's not uncommon for a utility to come in and install what's called bypass pumping. In this case, what we did was we installed what we called temporary pumps in the lift stations. After our staff had a call with DEQ, notified them that that's what we were going to do. DEQ, obviously had concerns and asked for us to keep a very close eye on those lift stations after we installed the temporary pumps in the lift stations. And when you install those pumps, whether it be bypass pumps or temporary pumps, typically what you'll do is you will have the piping for that come out of the lift station and then reconnect outside of what's called the wet well of the lift station. And that when you do that, you can't shut the hatches. Excuse me. You can't shut the hatches to the lift station at that point in time.
Did those improvements assist in reducing overflows to the lift stations?
Well, certainly it assisted in reducing overflows, but did it eliminate overflows? No, there were, we did increase the frequency of visitations of those lift stations to daily, but we weren't there all the time. And so they would have a tendency to clog, and our staff would have to respond. In some cases, we would have to respond with one of our vac trucks to pump the lift stations down in order to keep them keep service to the customers.
All right. Mention was made in your cross-examination of the participation here of Old North State Water Company, correct?
I'm sorry.
Mention was made in the direct cross-examination of you of the participation of Old North State in this project. And what is your understanding as to why Old North State terminated the agreement that they had initially entered into with the owner there?
After the owner ceased making investments into the water and sewer system, I don't believe Old North State was in a position where they wanted to make the investments required to bring the system back into compliance.
And ultimately, Currituck Water and Sewer came in and bought the system. Why were they willing, in your opinion, to acquire the system?
As I kind of stated a few minutes ago, I think, Currituck certainly could see past the current situation and see value for the system in the future. It's currently limited to 124 connections because of a DEQ issued moratorium. Once, the moratorium is lifted, the community would have a maximum occupancy at that time of 184 homes at that point in time. And that's due to a county ordinance that limits the Carolina Village Mobile Home Park to 184. Certainly the owner of the park would love to get it back to what it was originally allowed, maximum occupancy of 410, but that's more aspirational at this point in time because of that county ordinance.
And CWS took ownership in May of 2023, is that right?
That's correct.
And what is the significance of that date, if any?
So it was, maybe go into what CWS's intent was here. For intent was to not take ownership of the assets out there until after it had closed on the USDA loan and obtained a CPCN from the commission. However, going through the process of the USDA loan was in the first part of 2023 that the USDA notified us that we would have to take ownership of the Carolina Village assets in order to close the USDA loan. So as we were discussing and develop our strategies, we relied on, we reviewed and relied on General Statute 62-3, paragraph 4. And specifically, there's two phrases in there that were pertinent to our discussions. One is the phrase for compensation, I believe, in the definition of a public utility. And the other phrase in there I would call it an exclusionary phrase, where it says that you're not a public utility if you're serving, I think it's fewer than 15 water and sewer, I forget how the term is, residential units in there. And so that allowed us to look, in our opinion, allowed us to look at two options. One was to take ownership of the assets without commission approval, as long as we didn't charge, or we could potentially charge the mobile park home owner for services as another option. And ultimately, I think after we had conversations, both internally and with staff, we decided to pursue a CPCN application instead.
And by staff, you mean the public staff?
Yes, sir.
Would you please discuss the 2023 amendment to the agreement where CWS agreed to purchase?
I haven't had a chance to go back and look at it, so I'm kind of going from memory, but I remember that, as we continued to move through the process and had conversations with staff, we felt it was prudent to go back and amend certain provisions of the agreement in order to address comments we had heard through our discussions.
Is that, in your experience, typical to go back and amend an agreement in situations such as you confronted there?
I would say it's typical in our experience to amend an agreement. Is it typical to amend it kind of after you close? That not unheard of, but I would not call it typical. In fact, I would say it's somewhat similar to what we did at Eagle Creek, where we solicited, we provided public staff with a copy of the contract, got their comments, and then went back and amended the contract after we had public staff's comments.
All right. Give us a description, if you will, of the FARs in Albemarle Environmental. How long were they contract operators at Carolina Village, for example?
Yep, went back and reviewed the information there. It looks like they were engaged in the summer of 2022.
What else can you tell us about the FARs?
I think probably what I would say is that, yes, EnviroLink is responsible for the actions of the FARs. However, there was certainly certain information that the FARs possessed that was being withheld from EnviroLink, or in some cases not being forthright with the information they provided.
Can you give us an example or two of that?
Well, I think probably the example that comes into my mind initially is, as I think I mentioned earlier, is a couple of weeks prior to the February inspection, I was on a call with the FARs, and a comment was made during that conversation by the FARs that the Carolina Village wastewater system was a very easy to operate plant, and that they had wished that all facilities operated the way the Carolina Village wastewater treatment plant operated. Does that answer your question?
Did you discuss the situation with the FARs there at Carolina Village with the DEQ?
Yes, there were discussions with DEQ. I would say that some of the accusations that were made were so serious and sensitive that we actually engaged outside counsel. And it would be my preference not to get into those without kind of having the outside counsel that we engaged for those matter present. Would love to be able to talk to it, but it was some very serious accusations and very sensitive accusations that were made. I will say that we did discuss with DEQ kind of how we wanted to respond, or kind of what I'll call what controls we were going to be putting in place with DEQ. And we asked them, was their preference for us to terminate the FARs with recognition that that meant we would have a period of time where we did not have a licensed operator for the facility, or would they prefer that we have a licensed operator for the facility? And DEQ indicated it was that they expected CWS to have a licensed operator for the facility.
And give us a description or just understanding of when and how you went about replacing the FARs.
We immediately started advertising and recruiting for a licensed operator. And at one point, we actually had an individual targeted that we were going to bring on board to replace the FARs. Ultimately, that did not work out as he took another position. So we were forced to go back out and start advertising. So we did not replace the FARs until, as the ORC at Carolina Village and at Eagle Creek until I think it was September 1 of 2024.
What difficulties, if any, did you have in replacing the FARs?
So that area of the state is the labor pool that is kind of the most in the closest proximity to the Moyock area is the Virginia Beach area. And there is a pretty good pool of, what I'll call professional water and wastewater operators in that area. However, they are not allowed to come across the state line and operate facilities in North Carolina without approval from the operators, without what's called reciprocity here in North Carolina. That has a lot of complications. I would say it's easier for an engineer to get reciprocity from state to state than it is for a licensed operator to get reciprocity from state to state. We have engaged DEQ leadership on this issue, and we understand from feedback we've gotten from them that they do support changes to the reciprocity laws to make it easier for individuals from out of state to get reciprocity in North Carolina.
And you did replace the FARs as an ORC?
We have.
And who is it?
I'm sorry.
And who is it?
As I stated yesterday, Todd Robinson and Crystal Hutchins.
You're satisfied with his services so far?
We are.
All right. Mr. Myers, who was responsible for forming Currituck Water and Sewer?
I was.
And can you explain the purpose of CWS Holdings?
So when we were forming doing what I'll call the contribution agreement, we engaged and received advice from council that their recommendation was to include a holdco above the opco. The feeling was that would provide us more flexibility as we looked at future endeavors.
All right. I think you were asking questions about the CPCN application.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall the rate requested in that application?
There was, I think, two rates, one for water and one for sewer that were requested. With the water rate, it's our understanding that you can look at either estimated cost, or you can look at actual cost, or you can look at a hybrid between the two. So for the water rate, we were using a hybrid between the two, where some of the cost were actual cost and some of the cost were estimated cost, in order to determine what the water rate we were requesting. As for the sewer rate, our thought process there was that we had we requested the same rates as what were requested for Eagle Creek, and that was based off of our desire to have one rate for all of the CWS sewer systems that were under CWS's ownership, with one modification to adjust for the fact that mobile homes don't use as much water as a single family resident. I think we counted, if I remember correctly, we counted a mobile home as a 0.6 of what's called a residential equivalent unit. So our plan would be to try to maintain one sewer rate moving forward.
And the rate that you inherited for Eagle Creek was one that had been charged by the prior owner of the Sandlers, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you know how long that rate had been in effect?
Well, I do not.
All right. Can you clarify what regulatory findings EnviroLink makes for CWS and who is responsible for those?
So yeah, EnviroLink helps prepare, I would say, regulatory filings for both DEQ and the commission. As it relates to DEQ, we have what we call a quality department that we have formed to help manage and ensure that things are being done appropriately. And so there's a gentleman named Don Feller and his team that help in that arena and prepare those findings.
You've been in the water and sewer business for a number of years, have you not, Mr. Myers?
I have.
In your opinion, is it unusual for there to be a water and sewer system in North Carolina that is owned and constructed and even perhaps operated before the owner receives a CPCN from the commission?
I don't know that I would, it's certainly not unprecedented. And I know there are several situations out there where, utilities are constructed prior to, a CPCN being either requested or issued. How usual or unusual that is, I don't know that I'd have an opinion on that.
A lot of developer-owned systems.
Yeah, yes or no.
Talk just a little bit about the USDA-backed loan and the high interest rate. What is your understanding of course, when you come in for a general rate case, what is your understanding of how the commission establishes the rate of return for the investor? As far as accepting, for example, a rate of interest like that?
Yeah, it's my understanding, and certainly this is going to be just kind of a rule of thumb answer, in my opinion, but typically for rates, you would look at a debt and equity division of somewhere around a 50% debt and equity. The interest rate is generally a pass-through cost, and that then there is established a return on equity by the commission that would then generate what the overall rate of return is. I think certainly in this case, that interest rate would have been kind of a company risk, if you will, that would have been one of the significant issues that would need to have been addressed in a rate proceeding.
So in many respects, the interest rate is an investor at risk.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. That's all I have on redirect.
All right, good morning, Mr. Myers. Got a few questions for you, and then I'll turn it over to my fellow commissioners to see if they have any. I'm going to follow up on a couple of questions your counsel just asked you because I was not quick enough in my note taking. Can you tell me when when Albemarle Environmental was first contracted to perform ORC services for the Carolina Village systems?
Is that summer of 2022?
Okay.
Late summer, more in the August, at least based on, I went back and reviewed kind of invoicing and stuff like that, and it appears somewhere around August.
Okay.
August.
And when was Albemarle Environmental terminated?
Officially as ORC, they were terminated on, I would say, either August 31st or September 1st. We did ask them to stick around to help the transition to the new licensed operators.
Okay. And when you say August 31st, you mean of this year, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you help me understand the responsibilities of Albemarle Environmental and the responsibilities of EnviroLink? Who did what out there at these systems?
So ultimately, as the licensed operator has certain responsibilities that just kind of generally means they are the ones that are responsible for overall operations of the system. for reference, there are regulations under DEQ's rules that stipulate what the licensed operators, at least licensed operators' responsibilities are. So,
And just let me stop you. In this case, Albemarle Environmental is the licensed operator?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
So ultimately, they have to be the ones that are making the decisions and driving the decisions that are being made out there, in terms of the operations of the water and sewer system. EnviroLink did, as I think I testified yesterday, we do have staff out there, staged at the Eagle Creek system 24 hours and 7 days a week. And so our instructions to Albemarle was that if they needed any support from our staff, we were certainly engage those. And then we also maintain what's called a computerized maintenance management system, which the acronym is a CMMS system. And so we had asked, that any maintenance activities conducted, that the FARs felt needed to be done, that they submit what we call a work or a service order in order to get that work done.
Okay, so prior to 2022, when the FARs, when Albemarle Environmental went under contract to provide the licensed operator services at this site, who was the licensed operator?
So it was one of EnviroLink staff members. I believe that was a gentleman by the name of Tracy Miller, but that's subject to verification if you don't mind. So.
And why the decision then to go with Albemarle Environmental in 2022?
So Tracy had resigned from his position, and the manager at the time, I think as I testified yesterday, came with a recommendation to engage Albemarle Environmental.
Okay. So you've testified, and Mr. Klein testified yesterday about the fact that the operator is not going to make capital investments in the system. The operator is operating the system. So, my understanding of the record is EnviroLink has been paid to operate the system since 2016. Is my understanding correct?
I would say that just a point of clarification is really all it is certainly EnviroLink has invoiced it. Whether or not EnviroLink has been paid, that certainly not paid for all the services that EnviroLink has performed out there.
Okay. My understanding of the record leads me to conclude at this point that, just based on the notices of violation and testimony that has been provided so far in this case, system is old, system is in disrepair, system is out of compliance with certain environmental regulations. EnviroLink has been out there since 2016, again, under contract as the operator of the system. What exactly does EnviroLink do? If it's not making capital investments, what is it doing out there?
So
what is EnviroLink or its subcontractor doing out there?
So water or sewer systems require a licensed operator. As we were stating, that's a state requirement that they maintain a licensed operator out there. Part of their responsibilities are they make adjustments to the water or sewer system, and they collect what we call compliance samples that are then submitted to DEQ to determine whether or not the water quality on the water system, to determine whether it's meeting, the what's called the maximum contaminant levels or the limitations for the water. And the same is true on the wastewater system. They would pull that, and then they coordinate other activities such as sludge removal, sampling. When there are maintenance issues, it's the operator who should be making recommendations to the owners about what improvements need to be made, or what the recommended course of actions are. But ultimately, it's the owner's responsibility to authorize and finance those improvements or repairs.
Okay.
did I answer your question?
You did.
And-
So there is there's some testimony that's been given in this case regarding a direct discharge of, I'm not even sure what it is, but there's a direct discharge, and I've seen some photographs suggesting that a direct discharge of effluent or untreated wastewater, I'm not sure, is occurring. What was happening there?
So that came to light, I think, during the DEQ inspection in February. And so just a little background on that, we got notified the morning of that inspection. I think I actually got a call after DEQ was actually on site that morning that they were there, and they had requested that the FARs be there, and they had requested that I think two of individuals from EnviroLink attend virtually. And so during that inspection, it was noted that there was a pipe, and forgive me, I'm going to be going somewhat off, maybe not clear on this, whether it was coming as direct, my understanding, it was coming after the treatment plant treated the water, and then it was being disposed of through a fence into what was one of the old lagoons for the treatment process. I think it's currently still permitted in the permit, listed as a lagoon in that permit, and it was being discharged. So I think in the notice of violation, it's somewhat maybe unclear as the state interpret that to be waters of the state, and I don't know that that's a correct interpretation, but that's for somebody other than me to figure out.
So do I understand your testimony to be that the state interprets the discharge to have occurred to waters of the state, and you have a difference of opinion?
That's correct.
Okay. Has there been any resolution of that issue?
Not at this point.
Is there, or do you anticipate litigating that issue?
I think we have filed a remission request, and that is part of our argument for the remission request.
Remission of the civil penalty assessment?
Yes, ma'am.
Has the civil penalty been paid?
It has not. So procedurally, what happens is you ask for the remission request, and then after there's a ruling on the remission request, then there's the potential of either eliminating the fine, reducing the fine, or we would have to pay the fine as it was issued.
And when you reference a fine, and I've referenced civil penalty, are you referencing the civil penalty that was assessed in September of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I believe that's correct.
Let's see. All right. So my understanding of your testimony is that the FARs were the licensed operator, or I'm sorry, Albemarle Environmental was the licensed operator at the site from 2022 to 2024. And you've indicated that the FARs withheld information from EnviroLink. And I think you just testified that this piped discharge to the lagoon was done without EnviroLink's awareness until you all made that site visit in 2024. But why wasn't EnviroLink staff, why wasn't the manager at Carolina Village more frequently?
So he was actually there because after this came to light, we did conduct an investigation of our staff. And so the manager reported that, and we've interviewed our staff several times as we've gone through this, and the story's always been consistent that he was there the week prior to that, and that pipe was not there. I think the direct quote from him to me whenever we investigated it was, "Mike, do you seriously think if I'd have saw a pipe there that I wouldn't have said something?" So.
Can you help me understand what the status of the permit, it's WQ000, let me find my notes. Yes, 0004696 is.
Would you happen to have a copy of the permit that I could take a quick look at? Just to verify
Okay.
Um,
I probably do have it, but that's gonna take me a minute to dig it out. It's the,
I just want to verify who it's issued to and what it is.
all right, well, I will ask your council to dig up a copy of that permit. If they can't find one, then I will,
The application. It should be in the application. You're referring to the permit to operate the system, correct? Yes,
And
that's.
if We'll see, if you also restate the number, we can look as well.
WQ 0004696. Yeah, it's the, it's a non-discharge. It's, attached as application, I mean, exhibit. Well, it's 9 or 10. That's hard for me to tell. I think it's actually 10 to the CPCN application is acknowledgement from DEQ as to this permit. Well, my question is, do you have the permit? Perfect.
So you get after the started plans, so it's marked 9 and 10, that's what you started.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Get to August, actually get to the permit.
Okay, thanks.
So I can, if you want me to hand it to him. wherever-
Yes, fine, that's fine.
Just want to.
Go for theirs.
Okay. Can you repeat the permit number one more time?
Sure. It's 0004696.
Yes, ma'am.
It's, yeah, it's right here. I've got it. So my understanding is that Currituck Water and Sewer sought to change I think it's just basically a name change or ownership change on that permit from the previous permittee to Currituck Water and Sewer. Is this ringing a bell for you?
It is. So yes.
Okay. And my question to you is, what was DEQ's response to that request from Currituck Water and Sewer?
So DEQ has issued that permit in CWS's name, if that's your question. That has been issued to CWS.
Okay, and I understand that the site had operated under the special order on consent. It's not clear to me what the status of the regulatory status of the site is at this point, because I've read testimony in the record that suggests that DEQ has basically said, we're walking away from this SOC. And NOVs have since been issued at the site. But what is your version help me understand your view of the regulatory status of this site?
I think DEQ's position is the SOC, the original SOC that was issued has expired and is no longer in effect. And that was issued to the prior owner. So then when we did file for the name change, one of the things we did have to clean up was there was a number of fines dating back to 1992 at this facility that we had to clean up for DEQ. So we had to go back to the prior owner and try to get them to provide funding to be able to resolve those fines with DEQ before the permit could be issued to Currituck Water and Sewer. That was done. And the permit then got transferred from, I think it says, I forget the actual permittee prior to Currituck Water and Sewer. It was either Carolina Village. I think technically it was listed as Carolina Village Mobile Home Park as the permittee.
Okay, so what does this permit obligate Currituck Water and Sewer to do?
It transferred to Currituck Water and Sewer without modification, and it included, dating a little bit back to under the prior ownership. The prior ownership had this permit modified to replace the wastewater treatment plant and construct a infiltration basin. When that permit got transferred from the prior owner to Currituck Water and Sewer, that permit was written consistent with the way it was prior to Currituck Water and Sewer getting the permit.
Okay, So, so what is Currituck Water and Sewer obligated to do at this point?
So according to the permit, yes, Currituck Water and Sewer would be obligated to construct a new facility and a new infiltration basin. However, we have been in communication with DEQ about what we feel is a better option out here, and that is to go with what's called an engineered option permit. And I believe that was referenced in some of the testimony yesterday. And maybe a little bit of clarification on that. That is, with the engineered option permit, some of the what I consider to be more important aspects of that is that the engineer drafts the permit and the contractor constructs the system. And by virtue of the engineer drafting the permit and the contractor constructing the system, they do assume some liability for future performance of those systems in the future. After the engineer drafts the permit, it gets submitted to in this case, it would be a regional health department. In some places, it's a county health department that it gets submitted to, and then they submit it to DEQ, what's called their on-site division within DEQ. DEQ does review it. Their review is fairly limited, mostly to just make sure it's complete and procedurally it followed proper procedure. And at that point, the permit is issued. And then it's the health department that has future oversight over the operation of the facility.
So in this instance, would it be, would, assuming the EOP were pursued and put into place, would it be Currituck County Health Department, or is, you
think it's
mentioned
called
a regional?
Albemarle Regional, I think, health department would have oversight.
Okay. And what is DEQ's, what is your opinion of DEQ's response to this proposal?
I don't think, at least what they've communicated to me, is they don't have a position on that. And they, that once that happened, we'd have to rescind this permit is what we would have to do. And at that point, the DEQ, the division under DEQ that is currently has oversight of this facility would no longer have oversight of this facility.
What can you tell me about the county ordinance that limits the number of mobile homes at this site to 184? Why was that ordinance enacted?
It wasn't, so.
Let me.
Yeah, I don't know that I can answer.
Kayleen, strike that question. Let me ask a different question. In your testimony to your council, you mentioned a county ordinance that's applicable to this site. In your understanding, is that a generally applicable county ordinance, or is it a county ordinance that's specific to the Carolina Village Mobile Home Park?
It is specific to, well, I'm going to answer it two different ways, because the county does have a moratorium on any additional mobile home parks in Currituck County. But the 184 limitation is specific to Carolina Village.
What's the purpose of the moratorium?
It's really was driven because at the time the county adopted the ordinances, my understanding, I'm going to say this is my understanding, at the time the county adopted the ordinances, not allowing any future mobile home parks in Currituck County. The occupancy of Carolina Village was in and around 184, and they didn't want them adding additional homes out there. So they limited them to the number of occupied home sites at that point in time.
Okay, understood. But why would the county enact a moratorium on mobile home sites? What policy is being served by the county's ordinance?
That's a good question, and probably not one I can answer.
You have no.
I just know, from my perspective, I just know that Currituck County leadership does not look favorably on mobile home sites or parks, and has decided that there shouldn't, at least in Currituck County, they don't want any additional mobile home sites in Currituck County.
To your knowledge, does that have anything to do with wastewater treatment at mobile home?
No, that decision is my understanding that at the time that decision was enacted, it had nothing to do with the water or the sewer system at Carolina Village.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Um, do you foresee that moratorium being lifted?
I do. Once we, it's still what our intent is. We are still pursuing what's called the engineered option permit. I'll tell you that one of the things that we're into right now is that the hurricane that came, I think it was late July that it hit. There was a tremendous amount of inflow and infiltration that hit the system. And because of the liability that the engineer assumes with the system, we shifted directions and we started repairing the services inside the park in order to eliminate I&I, because the engineer now wants to conduct a study out there to be able to determine how much I&I is coming into the system and get that I&I out of the system before he feels comfortable writing the permit for the facility.
So from your testimony, I gather that there is an engineer out there who's willing to take on this liability.
That is correct.
Who was that engineer?
We're working with McConnell and Associates.
Okay. And does the EOP involve a wastewater treatment plant?
It does.
And so, is my understanding correct that wastewater would be collected from the mobile homes, transmitted to the wastewater treatment plant, and then the effluent from the wastewater treatment plant would go into this infiltrate or sort of engineered option?
Well, you
based-
still treat it. You still have to treat it through, and so we continue to, we're going to bring in, I think you were asking about what we call the mobile plant yesterday. Our intent is to still bring in that mobile plant and repurpose the tankage out there so it would still receive treatment. After treatment, the best analogy I can give you is like a subsurface drip or a subsurface disposal system, pipes that are like a leach field, for lack of a better term. It goes out to kind of a more sophisticated leach field and percolates down into the ground. And there is a drainage system underneath and around where that happens that then gets collected. And you're at that point in time, it's considered groundwater, and you're able to dispose of it and through a drainage feature.
Okay. All right. In your interviews with your manager subsequent to the February 2024 site visit, what did you learn about how many times the EnviroLink manager visits this site?
He communicated that generally he was out there. He tried to get out there once a week. Sometimes that was once every 2 weeks to look around. And usually he was having conversations with the FARs. Sometimes he did go to the site. Sometimes he didn't go to the site, but it was good to go out and meet with the FARs.
We've got testimony in this case from the public staff. I think it's testimony, and I would point you to it if my notes were organized, but indicating that this site is one of the worst they've ever observed in terms of the condition of this site. Does that testimony sound familiar to you?
It does.
Okay. And what's your reaction to that testimony, given that you are the president of EnviroLink, and EnviroLink is, for all intents and purposes, in control of the operation at this site?
I don't think that's an area of disagreement. I don't know. I might disagree that it's the worst. It's maybe not the worst I've ever seen, but I don't disagree that the condition of those facilities during that at the February timeframe is certainly unacceptable. I might also disagree that, the fault for that lies with EnviroLink. I would say that a lot of the notices of violations out there that have been incurred and the state of the mechanical equipment out there, I would not attribute that to EnviroLink. For instance, that treatment plant has what's called a total nitrogen limit that's in the permit, and that treatment plant is not designed to treat for total nitrogen. So it cannot comply. I mean, I think I've been pretty steadfast in that opinion that treatment plant cannot meet the total nitrogen limit. And so it will continue to receive, violations for total nitrogen until the treatment plant is upgraded and converted over.
My review of the record reveals that there are there were two letters that were from, with your signature on them. Signature as the Vice President of Currituck Water and Sewer. Um, from March of this year. I believe the date was March 5th. You're responding to NOVs that were issued. And my read of those letters is you attribute, or your response indicates that the operator was responsible. The operator was responsible. And let me find those letters so I can tell you exactly, so I can reference exactly what I'm believe they were attached to the public staff's testimony as exhibits 2 and 3. And they're letters that are addressed to David May. They're dated March 5th. They've both got your signatures on them, again, in your capacity as vice president, I believe, of Currituck Water and Sewer. And before I ask you about these DEQ letters, I want to ask you about his signature capacity. So Mr. Klein's testimony is that as of January 1, 2024, he's the president of Currituck Water and Sewer, and he's the sole officer and employee of the company. Did you hear his testimony to that effect?
I did.
Okay, so why are you then signing in March of 2024 as the vice president of Currituck Water and Sewer?
Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't have been signing as vice president. I would say there was a transition period from when Matt started to where he kind of got up to speed. And so that was why I signed it. I would think, hindsight looking at it, I should have signed it as manager.
Manager of?
Currituck Water and Sewer Holdings.
Okay. So in these letters that are addressed to Mr. May, the letter sets forth the finding. I'm assuming that's the finding that DEQ made, and then a response, which I assume is the response, or I'm reading to be the response of Currituck Water and Sewer to the companies. And, you identify Albemarle Environmental as the operator at the site. And many of your responses suggest that the operator hadn't notified Currituck Water and Sewer of issues at that site. And that's sort of a theme throughout both of these letters, is that Currituck Water and Sewer didn't have knowledge of conditions at the site, didn't have knowledge of what the operator was doing. The operator hadn't disclosed or identified things for Currituck Water and Sewer. My question is this: ultimately, as the contractor here, isn't EnviroLink responsible for conditions at this site? I mean, I understand that you've subcontracted certain things to Albemarle, but doesn't, to use Mr. Klein's phrase, doesn't the buck stop with you here and with EnviroLink in terms of operations at this site?
I would say in maybe some aspects it does, and in others, maybe it doesn't. And what do I mean by that? So if the condition of the facility is deteriorating because of a lack of an investment or what's called deferred maintenance, I don't think it's appropriate to necessarily blame the operator for the condition of those assets at that point in time.
But isn't that what your letter does? I mean, your letter, instead of saying the owner has not made investment at this site, and hence that's what's going on. There's a lack of capital investment, and there's an absolute dilapidation of all parts and pieces installed out here. Instead, doesn't your letter suggest that EnviroLink or Currituck Water and Sewer wasn't made aware of conditions at the site because of the actions of Albemarle Environmental?
Happy to take a look at it, but I think
Well, they're your letters.
Yeah, but I think what we were responding to were maybe specific issues that had not been communicated up to EnviroLink or to CWS.
Okay, and Mr. Myers, the reason for my question is this: I mean, you're the managerial, technical, financial competencies is what we're trying to determine here. And your letters, these two letters to DEQ, they don't say there's been an absolute lack of investment in this site. We're doing the best we can here for these customers. We're running, we're not even getting paid. We're doing things, to keep this system up and going so these customers have service. You're blaming, I read them as sort of placing blame on Albemarle Environmental. And I don't know, while I don't know what Albemarle Environmental was doing at that site or was not doing at that site, I know what I see in these letters, and I'm asking you to help me understand
Yeah.
Why the decision to communicate with DEQ in that way instead of accepting responsibility?
I think what we were responding to was specific violations or, about certain items in there that, the one that comes to mind is about the blower and certainly about the pipe that was there, that stuff had not been communicated up to us to saying, hey, look, we need to get a new blower out here. The other blowers, this blower is not functioning properly, or they did not communicate that they intended to install a pipe or did install a pipe out there. I think that's what we were trying to communicate to DEQ. And it wasn't meant to, I think, the intent of those letters was to kind of address the specific items that DEQ had noted in their notice of violation and intent to issue a civil penalty.
Mr. Myers, are you aware of a contract between EnviroLink and Albemarle Environmental?
I am.
Is that contract part of this record?
Believe, I believe it was provided, but I'm subject to verification. I believe it was provided.
If I may, I think it may have been part of a response to a data request from the public staff. I'm not sure it's actually part of the record
Okay.
in this case.
In that case, I would ask council that you all work with the public staff and provide that contract as a late filed exhibit
Sure.
to the commission.
We'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. There is, in my review of the testimony and documents in this case, I came across a description of the site as being specifically with respect to wastewater, as being non-operational and septic. That may have been the characterization of the site by the public staff. I just simply don't recall where that came from. But is that the case? I mean, is this wastewater treatment plant, is the wastewater treatment system not operational?
It is certainly operational today. I think at the time, I think that comment was coming because and I think it was coming from public staff, if I remember right. I think that was because the blowers at the facility were one of the things that were not operating at the time of the site visit, and that when the blowers did come on, because when the blowers aren't working or aren't operating, the plant will go septic. And I think during the site visit, they maybe got the blowers operating, and that's where that comment came from.
Okay, so then are the blowers operational at this point?
The blowers have been replaced, yeah.
Okay, and so they're functioning as intended at this point in time. Okay. Let's see. Can you help me understand, well, let me ask this question first. Are you familiar with the entity CVWWT LLC?
I am.
Okay. What do you know about that entity?
They were the former owners of the water and sewer system at Carolina Village.
Is there any affiliation or association between EnviroLink and CVWWT LLC?
They were owned by a group called MGM Homes, is my understanding.
Okay. Okay. Has Mr. Klein's testimony yesterday was that customers of the Carolina Village are not being charged for the service that's being provided, the water and sewer services being provided. Can you confirm that that is the case?
That is the case.
Okay. Is EnviroLink charging the owner of the mobile home community for the service?
We are not.
So, and how long has that been the case?
Subject to kind of verification, I think it's in or around May of 2023.
And if, has Currituck Water and Sewer been paying EnviroLink for its services at this site?
They certainly have made partial payment, if not, and again, I would have to, that might be a question I need to confer with John on, but I know that we have received at least some payment for services at Carolina Village.
And can you tell me how much?
I cannot.
Okay. Um, okay. Why, let's see. Okay. The asset purchase agreement between it's the amended and restated asset purchase and utility construction and maintenance agreement between Equity First and CVWWT and Currituck Water and Sewer. Sets forth, it's just for your reference, it's Exhibit 4 to the CPCN application, but sets forth rates that CWS will request authorization from the NCUC to charge. And it identifies water rates and it identifies sewer rates. What can you tell me about those rates? Why did you all agree to those rates?
You'll give me just a minute though.
Okay, well, it's in the contract. It's section 4.3.
So as I recall, these rates were a negotiation between us and CVWWT. And we were looking at that point in time, at that point in time, I don't know that we had Eagle Creek we knew where Eagle Creek was going to go. And so we were looking at those were the rates we were going to request from the commission.
Why put them in the contract? I mean, why is that of consequence to the seller of these assets?
Because at least with the mobile home community, I think one of the things that is important to us is the residents. If you just levy a rate on the residents of the mobile home community, they view that as an increase in their rates as a perception. And so one of the things that we have to work through is, we like to either the mobile home park community either has to reduce their rent charges by the amount of that we're going to be asking for, or there has to be some type of a justification for why they won't do that. Maybe they haven't raised the rent in 10 years or something like that. So those were the discussions that were going on related to that rate at that point in time.
Okay, so is it the case that previously these customers had been charged for water and sewer service as part of their rent, and when CWS became a public utility, they would no longer be charged as part of the rent, they would receive a separate bill for water and sewer?
That is correct.
Okay. And so, was the mobile home park not going to reduce rent at that point?
I think their perspective is they have not raised the rent charges out there in a significant number of years, and that they would, if they were to hold on to the water and sewer system, their intent was to raise the rent.
If the CPCN is not granted by this commission, does EnviroLink intend to continue to serve as the operator at this site for partial payment or whatever payment you've received from CWS?
Yeah, we're committed. I mean, we've been committed to that area for, as you've noted, since 2016. You were not going to leave that community without an operator out there. No, ma'am.
So what if Currituck Water and Sewer says EnviroLink, we're not going to pay you?
Certainly, we would, if they had another option, we would seek to get payment at some point in time. But how we would do that would have to be a discussion between us and Currituck Water and Sewer.
What can you tell me about the discussions with the public staff regarding the exemption? As I understand the record in this case, there were discussions at some point in the past about Carolina Villages being exempt from commission regulation. Do you recall those discussions?
I think what we were discussing at that point in time was the option that we were evaluating is if we just invoiced Nelson, who the current park owner is Nelson Communities. If we just invoiced Nelson Communities based on a bulk rate, did that fall under an exemption to being defined as a public utility?
And was it or was it, well, tell me this much. Who was having those discussions with the public staff
I think it was Mr. Finley and myself,
on behalf of?
Currituck Water and Sewer.
Was it Currituck Water and Sewer's position that such an arrangement would be exempt from commission regulation?
I believe we felt, yes, that the statute allowed that.
Okay, and I will ask the public staff for their opinion, but what do you recall as the public staff's reaction to that request?
I don't know that I can't remember if they disagreed with us or I would assume they did, but I know what I remember about the conversation was more about, should we go that route or should we file for a new CPCN application? And it was the public staff's position that they preferred us to file for a new CPCN application.
Okay.
We'll stipulate that the public staff disagreed with us.
Okay. Okay. Well, I will make sure to I will ask that of the public staff too. All right. Just a few more, Mr. Myers. What can you tell me about, trying to make sure I cover the questions with you that I asked Mr. Klein that he referred to you.
If I can go back to maybe one question you asked earlier.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and it was, I told you about the blowers, but one of the things I failed to mention, and that was kind of some of the other things we've done there at the park, and I don't know if you're interested in that, since I would say February.
Well, why don't you tell me this? Why don't you tell me what has been done and who paid for those items that have been done?
The second question is CWS has paid for those items to be done.
Okay. And how much has CWS paid at this point?
Subject to verification, it's been several $100,000.
So what is CWS's investment in total at this site as of today?
Again, subject to verification around, I think, maybe $600,000.
Does that include the purchase price?
It does not.
So
I'm just saying the improvements that they've made since March in that number.
okay, so then add on the purchase price and where are you?
We're approaching $1 million. I don't think we're quite there yet, but we're approaching $1 million.
Okay. And you said subject to verification. How do we verify that?
I just need to confer with our accounting team on what we've spent out there.
Okay. Okay.
But what has been done out there on the collection systems, I mentioned the 4 lift stations. They have been completely rebuilt with brand new pumps, all new piping. They have been upgraded with SCADA and telemetry to allow us to monitor them remotely. The wastewater treatment plant there has been a general cleanup of the site. New signs have been purchased and installed. New blowers have been purchased and installed. The filters at the wastewater treatment plant have been cleaned and put back into operation. Each each of the services of the 410 water and sewer services out there have been inspected, and many of them have been required repair. And so they have been repaired. Early indications from the engineer are he's expecting there to be about a 90 to a 95% reduction in I&I because of that work. There has been, and this is associated with the EOP permit, the hydrogeologist has evaluated the site and completed their analysis of what needs to be done. The engineer is currently, there's been a flow meter installed on the influent to the wastewater treatment plant so that the engineer can evaluate the I&I and get a sense of whether or not he's comfortable that enough I&I has been removed from this facility in order for him to write the permit. On the water system, you know, a lot of the general cleanup has been done. New chemical pumps have been installed. The blowers have been repaired or replaced on the water system. The hydro pneumatic tank has been painted. And there's been a lot of the electrical issues have been resolved at the well house. All that work has been done as well. And I think as Mr. Klein testified, I think it's worth maybe getting into the record is, and I think it's in public staff's testimony as well, is this system is what's called a grandfathered system because it was constructed over 50 years ago prior to the Safe Drinking Water Act. So public water supply views it as what's called grandfathered. And as we move forward, as we were moving, the engineer was designing this, we had conferred with DEQ. We had hoped that DEQ would allow us to just submit the modifications to the facility that we wanted to make, but they are requiring us to go back and conduct what's called a 24-hour drawdown on the wells as part of the analysis the engineer has to do. And so right now they're in the process of getting a well driller scheduled to get out there and conduct that analysis.
Does the amount invested include the mobile wastewater treatment plant?
It does.
It does?
Mhm.
Okay. How much was paid for that?
I don't know that I know that answer, but we can follow up with.
Okay. And where did the wastewater treatment plant come from?
That was a wastewater treatment plant that EnviroLink had purchased from a group called Reuse Innovations.
So Currituck Water and Sewer purchased it from EnviroLink.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. I'm going to ask you a few questions about the USDA loan. Do I understand your testimony correctly, given in response to a question from the Council for the Public Staff, that you had concerns about the loan or the loan process as early as 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you seek alternative financing arrangements or funding opportunities in 2022?
We certainly solicited an alternative lender in that case. However, while the intent was we didn't want to slow down the path we were going on at that point in time with the lender we were working with. We had pursued lending through another institution, through the same program, through the same USDA program. However, they found out about it, and so things got very tenuous there for a little bit of time. And so ultimately, we decided to stay the course with the current lender we were working with.
Okay. Why go for a USDA loan as opposed to just sort of a commercial loan?
Well, it was our understanding for a couple of reasons. One, we felt that under the B&I program, a lot of,
Can you
I'm sorry, business and industry program, that program was fairly analogous with commercial lending. We also understood that certainly that, staff and the public staff supported the use of both USDA lending mechanisms and SRF lending, SRF programs.
Okay, say that last part again.
I'm sorry, state revolving loan fund mechanisms, that the public staff supported the use of, USDA and SRF programs for financing of water and sewer infrastructure.
Has Currituck Water and Sewer applied for state revolving loan funds for the wastewater? I know there's for the wastewater system.
We have not.
Okay. Or the water system.
We have not.
I know there's SRF is available for one, but not the other.
That's correct.
Okay. So you did not apply for SRF for water.
We did not.
Why not?
Candidly, it just never, we did not, we were going down the USDA route, and we felt that was, that since that was the direction we were going, we did not seek funding through SRF. I don't know
Okay.
that it ever came up.
Okay. Has EnviroLink ever applied, has EnviroLink ever applied for funds from SRF?
Not directly, but we have facilitated several of our clients submitting and receiving funding from SRF.
So it's fair to assume then that you have familiarity with the SRF.
We do.
Okay. And again, and I've asked this question and you've maybe have answered it, but I'm going to ask it again because I'm not sure I'm clear on the answer. Why not go to a bank and just seek funding from the bank, sort of under commercial terms?
Certainly, it was a discussion. I think the issue we have in this is that the amount is from a banking perspective, is a pretty small amount. And finding a lender that will lend at that amount is a challenge.
How much are we talking about? How much did Currituck Water and Sewer need to?
I think the total amount of the loan was around $6 million that we were seeking.
Okay. So then is my understanding correct that the decision was made to not move forward with the USDA loan?
Ultimately, that's correct.
Was it Currituck Water and Sewer's decision?
It was.
Okay. And then instead, Currituck Water and Sewer received an injection of capital from a private concern. Is that correct?
Bernhard Capital Partners. Yes. So I think as Mr. Klein testified, Currituck Water and Sewer Holdings is at this point, I think 90% owner of Currituck Water and Sewer. Longleaf is the other 10% owner. So Bernhard Capital owns ultimately, I think there may be some intermediary companies in between, but ultimately Bernhard Capital owns Current. And so that equity injection came from Current or from Bernhard Capital.
Okay, so now I'm a little bit confused because my understanding was that as of 2021, Currituck Water and Sewer Holdings LLC was the sole owner of Currituck Water and Sewer. Is my understanding not correct?
Currituck Water and Sewer Holdings is the sole owner of Currituck Water and
Okay.
Sewer.
All right, and then Currituck Water and Sewer Holdings is owned by Longleaf and Current. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the percentages have varied over time between Current and Longleaf, but is it around 80% Current and 20% Longleaf?
That's what it was originally prior to the equity injection. And then after the equity injection, Longleaf's percentage went down to around 10%.
Okay. 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 So typically around here, the utilities that the commission regulates, finance their operations through equity capital and debt capital. So here we're in a situation where Currituck Water and Sewer is proposing, I mean, the CPCN application proposes a situation of 100% capital, 100% equity capital structure. So help me understand what that means for customers.
Well,
Why not go after some debt?
Well, I think, as I stated, I think commercial and lending institutions that'll do that dollar amount, there's very few of them out there that'll entertain that. And then
Is that just based on your experience, or did you all actually try to get a loan here?
For Currituck, we didn't, but we have tried in similar situations with other utilities at that dollar amount, and getting lenders to lend at that dollar amount has been difficult. I also think that Mr. Finley had asked me is that, to me, that's at risk for the company, that I don't think that's necessarily the 100% equity is how we would view rate making being made, being determined. Meaning, I think it would be more consistent with an analysis of 50% debt, 50% equity at whatever the market rates are for interest at the time of any potential future rate filing.
Okay. Mm. All right. Mr. Klein testified in response to some questions I had for him about payments made to EnviroLink by Currituck Water and Sewer. And he, as I understood his testimony, he indicated $4,000 to $5,000 a month for services related to operating the system. And I believe his testimony was specific to Carolina Village and did not include Eagle Creek. So that 4 to 5 is only Carolina Village. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, I think, and I think Mr. Klein's testimony was really for just Carolina Village, but then just solely the operational kind of expense for Carolina Village. I think, additional services, like if we were buying, like with the lift stations, for instance, if we, the work to rehab and rebuild the lift stations, I don't think that type of work was included in Mr. Klein's analysis.
Okay, so I was going to get to the additional services. So then he indicated between $50,000 and $100,000 a month for additional services. What are you, EnviroLink, billing Carolina Water, Currituck Water and Sewer for under the guise of additional services? I mean, what constitutes additional services?
I think I can probably speak to what constituted the actual dollar amounts. I'm not sure I'll be able to speak to that. But, certain services such as one, supporting Currituck Water and Sewer in these proceedings is something that, we have staff that are helping to support Currituck Water and Sewer in these proceedings. Managing the actual capital investments that are being made out there, managing the contractors, managing the engineers. Those are things that services that EnviroLink is providing that are additional services that are being provided out there. Often.
And is it your testimony that you don't know how much Currituck Water and Sewer has paid EnviroLink to date, I guess since May 2023 between the services performed for operations and then the additional services?
Yeah, I'd say my testimony is I don't know, but I can find out.
Okay. All right. Let me see if there are questions from other commissioners, and I'll start with, okay, got it. Let's do this. Let's take a break. We will go off the record and let's be back on in 10 minutes. Commissioner Hughes, may proceed.
Thank you very much. I have to admit, it's been a little confusing, Mr. Myers, when you refer to us, we,
Mhm.
them. I just want to get clarity. So, and this follows up a question I asked Mr. Klein yesterday. You are the president of EnviroLink.
Correct.
Okay. And EnviroLink has been involved with this community since 2016
That's correct.
as the operator.
Mhm.
You have some ownership financially or in some representation on the board that oversees Currituck Water and Sewer. It oversees, but owns, however you want to put it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have a minority position in Currituck Water and Sewer Holdings
Okay.
in some form or fashion.
Okay. So let's take sort of the managerial side of, we have to determine if there's evidence of capacity here. And from the managerial side, there's obviously been things that people regret that have occurred here, or, and there's been, I don't know how many times we heard the phrase, I own it. Usually I own it doesn't constitute a positive thing. So from an accountability standpoint, Mr. Klein said he would go to the board to advise them, maybe seek counsel, to terminate the contract with EnviroLink, if he felt like that was a prudent managerial action he had to do. You're on the board that he would come talk to about firing yourself or your company. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What would you do in that circumstance if he sent a memo saying, there's evidence, we just need to move on, we need a new fresh face? What would happen if that came to your email account or?
Well, I think certainly I would probably, give either a justification of the circumstances that led to that recommendation, try to understand that, and would probably give some type of report on, maybe a justification for that. But I would say ultimately that in terms of the board, that decision would not be mine. We have 5 individuals on that board. 3 of those individuals, I would say, were appointed by Bernhard Capital at that point, and 2 were appointed by myself or Longleaf. So ultimately, that decision would not be mine, but I feel certain I would make some type of or have some type of a report where I would be given, here's what the situation was, here's, my assessment of the situation.
And it wouldn't be, I realize it wouldn't be your decision alone, but would you participate in the decision?
I would expect I would, yeah.
Okay. You wouldn't consider recusing yourself?
Oh, certainly with I'm sorry. Yeah, I would, in terms of, I might give dialogue, but I would not. Yeah, I would agree with you. If I see conflicts, like if there's a vote of EnviroLink's contract, whether to amend it or something, that's something that I would, I'm sorry, I did misunderstood your question there, but I would recuse myself from that. In fact, trying to be, there was, and this somewhat ties to the discussion of the FARs. I recused myself from participating in that. I appointed one of EnviroLink staff to represent EnviroLink on that matter, and I think Mr. Klein represented Currituck Water and Sewer's interest in that matter, and I recused myself from it completely.
Okay, so just continue along the lines of establishing kind of technical and managerial capacity. For Currituck Water and Sewer, um, strike that. Let me ask, EnviroLink's been around since 2016 at this site. Why not just have EnviroLink buy this system and search for capital itself? Why did you decide to go a different route?
That's a great question. I would say we did evaluate that. However, I think what we were looking for at that time was a equity partner that had more access to capital than what EnviroLink has. Because we have, I would say we have, I guess the word I would use is ambitions beyond just Eagle Creek and Carolina Village.
So when I think there was yesterday you said that it was probably you that made the representation that, I'm paraphrasing, but that you had enough money to make the improvements. And I'm confused of whether it was Eagle Creek or whether it was anything that in this area of the state. But did I have that right, that you made that representation that?
If it's okay for me to kind of maybe clarify that
Yeah,
a little bit
yeah.
more. I think the representation that we were making is that we were pursuing the USDA business and industry loan, and I think that's reflected in the application. But that if that did not happen, we had the ability to go back to Bernhard Capital and to get additional equity to complete, both the transaction and the upgrades.
Okay. So your source of capital was going to be Bernhard Capital as a fallback.
That's correct.
As far as Currituck Water is concerned, they're the utility that's in front of us asking for the CPCN. In the testimony, you present, I think, your experience as a lot of the on the grounds North Carolina water experience that they have access to. That is apart from you. Could you talk a little bit about Currituck Water and Sewers, kind of existing managerial, technical, staff resources?
Well, I think, Bernhard has, access to all of EnviroLink staff. I think, there was some dialogue yesterday about conversations between Mr. Klein and me, but I would say, Mr. Klein has access to more than just me at EnviroLink. He can call any of our staff members directly. In terms of the board and what I would call the board, you have myself on the board. You have a gentleman named Julius Bedford, who is more of a finance professional, but he does have experience in particularly gas utilities. You have Thomas Henley, who again is, I would call more of a finance professional, but experience in gas utilities. You have Gary Albertson, who is the chairman of the board. Gary is, we're going to get this wrong, but he's a 30 or 40-year professional with Suez. And then you have Ken Raber, who is on the board, who is a former director of what's called Electricities here in North Carolina.
Okay. Is there anyone you would point to outside, again, of yourself that has direct experience running or managing a small water system in North Carolina?
Well, Mr. Klein does as president.
Okay. And as far as accessing that kind of expertise, Mr. Klein mentioned that and I think public staff was asking him questions about his remuneration, and I think the number was $215,000 a year. Are you aware of any rural small utility in North Carolina that serves approximately 500, 700 customers that pays their utility manager $215,000 a year?
I am not. So, but I would also maybe mention that I think, as I mentioned here a minute ago, certainly Bernhard Capital, perspective is to continue to grow the business here in North Carolina. So I think they're making an investment into Mr., willing to make that investment into Mr. Klein to allow us to be able to grow. Or currently, instead of saying us, Currituck Water and Sewer. Sorry.
Completely different question. Trying to understand this idea of compensation and who's going to pay for the services received. I noticed in searching just a little bit online to figure out kind of which systems Envirolink was currently managing. I came across a website that listed various systems that Envirolink is responsible for, with a little button that said, see bill, pay here. And I noticed that Carolina Village was on there as a list with click here, see bill, pay bill. And I was just curious. I mean, it was just quickly, in glancing, but do you know anything about that? And how would that, is that not an active website or?
Could you refer me to the website?
Yeah, I can send you the
Yeah.
link. It was and just because it's on the web does not mean it has to be true. But I can refer it to you, and I can.
Let me interject here. What I hear Commissioner Hughes saying is he has been on the Envirolink website.
It was.
Oh, okay. It was our what, that was what I was clear.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
So he was on the Envirolink website.
It
Okay.
came up
And-
with an Envirolink, and it had clearly Envirolink branding on the top.
So what I would ask council to do is investigate what Commissioner Hughes has just described, which is a link to pay a bill that's specific to Carolina Village. See if that exists on the Carolina web or on the Envirolink website, and if that link is live, and if it exists, then we'll have some questions for Mr. Myers on rebuttal about that.
Yeah. Thank you for that clarification. I think that's all for now.
Afternoon, Mr. Myers.
Afternoon, sir.
Do you ever get teased about your name being that of a movie character,
Every once in a while.
but also a comedian?
That's right. I
Uh,
prefer the comedian.
I understand. I've got a few questions I should warn you, I'm fairly new to this, but we were discussing earlier that there are currently 124 mobile homes that the company really considers those about 6/10 of a single family as far as the service level required. You had mentioned that you had a max of 184, and that was due to the county, and that triggered my interest because it sounded the moratorium that there'd been some change in the zoning law. So I actually went on the Currituck website and found they've enacted a unified development ordinance. So they probably put a total moratorium on manufactured housing. There was also mention in Mr. Klein's testimony yesterday that he foresaw the possibility of single-family residences, and by that I'm assuming he means single-family detached, but also condominiums, which might be multifamily, either owner-occupied or rental, but attached housing. And I was wondering, now, y'all don't own the mobile home park. You just own the sewer system.
Yeah, Currituck Water and Sewer nor EnviroLink have any interest in the mobile home.
Understood, sir. And that, is it your understanding that the owner of the mobile home park wants to continue to own it, or do you know if he is trying to sell it?
No, it's my understanding that their intent is to continue to own and operate the park at Carolina Village.
Okay. At some future date, well, to me, I was in commercial real estate and would look for opportunities like this for redevelopment. And I was wondering if y'all done any analysis of the UDO to see what would happen to this property were it sold for redevelopment. What would be the maximum number of dwelling units that could be placed on this spot? And if you are planning and sizing the repairs to the system to accommodate what may well be the maximum demand. I mean, if it's just, I mean, just to kind of put the question out there, if it maps to 420 dwelling units, 410 dwelling units, but not mobile homes, but condominiums, or perhaps since that's a footprint, it might even be more. Is your system sized and operated as a 50-year-old grandfathered system going to be able to accommodate additional development on that site?
I think, if I may, there's two parts to that question. I
Sure.
think, one is the water system, and the second part would be the wastewater system. So as part of what Currituck Water and Sewer acquired out there is they have 2 well sites, and they have an area designated for a 3rd well site. So the potential to expand that is there. Public water supply, just to clarify that a little bit more, public water supply rules would stipulate that, assuming that we abandon the current ground storage tank that's there on site and remove the fire hydrants, the water system would be limited to a maximum of 299 units unless they added additional storage in the future. On the wastewater side, I think there was reference in my testimony yesterday and maybe today about, Currituck's Water and Sewer's interest in Carolina Village was more than Carolina Water and Village.
Mm-hmm.
So the property that Currituck Water and Sewer acquired in total is approximately 184 acres. That property, according to our hydrogeologist, has the ability to dispose of approximately 3 million gallons per day of waste treated effluent. So while the facility may be sized today for, a maximum of 184 units, if there were projects that came along in the future, Currituck Water and Sewer would have the ability to look at expansion of that facility in the future. Now, all that said, I have been in conversation with Nelson Communities as the current owner. What they have indicated to me is, they don't have any plans beyond the 184 units that's contained in the UDO or the Unified Development Ordinance today. But that certainly, they at some point in time will be looking to either go above that and go to maybe 410. Additional piece of information I would give to you is the prior owner of Carolina Village Mobile Home Park did put together a plan that included moving some of the mobile homes from one side of the park to the other side of the park, and then doing a redevelopment project with single family homes on the remainder of that site. But, ultimately they sold the park before that and never pursued that vision.
help me with the order of magnitude question, 3 million gallons per day of effluent. How many homes is that?
So I think the currently with DEQ, I may have to look to Chuck to help me on this. I know they just revised or recently revised what the flow criteria is per bedroom. It went from 120 per bedroom to 75 gallons per day per bedroom. And if you assume a typical home has 3 bedrooms, 75 times 3, John, do the math. 225. So yeah, divide 3 million by 225 and that'll give you an approximate answer.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Myers, just 3 more questions for you. Yesterday, I believe in response to a question from council, from the public staff, you mentioned the strategic value of these systems, the Carolina Village systems. What did you mean by strategic value?
So if you look at where the location of Carolina Village is, it is approximately, well, I'll say it's less than 5 miles from the Virginia line. And Chesapeake, Virginia is just on the other side of the Virginia line. And this is one of the, I would call it, maybe it's a high growth area, but not as well known as some other high growth areas in the state of North Carolina, like the Raleigh or Charlotte areas, but it is a pretty high growth area. And there is a project, kind of a master planned community that Currituck County has been sponsoring that is adjacent to the Carolina Village site called Currituck Station, which is in view to be a master plan development up in that area. So I would say that's kind of, if you're asking me what I meant, that's what I meant. But
Is it contiguous to the Carolina Village site?
Part of it is, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. There's been some testimony about Mr. Klein's salary received from Currituck Water and Sewer. Have you ever received a salary from Currituck Water and Sewer,
I have not.
even when you were in as a vice president?
I did not.
Okay. And then there is there is an agreement that exists between Currituck Water and Sewer and EnviroLink. And my understanding is the agreement was entered into in December of 2021. It's the Utility Management Service Agreement. Do you know which agreement I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay. And let's see, you executed the agreement as president of EnviroLink, and I think it's Jeffrey Unkis.
Eucnus. Yes, ma'am.
Unkness, that's right. Executed on behalf of Currituck Water and Sewer Holdings, which executed for Currituck Water and Sewer. Does that sound right?
That sounds correct.
Okay. At the same time that you executed this agreement as the president of, as the president of EnviroLink, you were the vice president of Currituck Water and Sewer, were you not?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you involved in the negotiation of the agreement?
I was involved on behalf of EnviroLink.
Okay.
But largely that was, certainly we put drafts out there and then that was negotiated between Currituck Water and Sewer, or actually Clear Current's legal counsel and EnviroLink's legal counsel.
Okay. All right, we will take, any additional questions from commissioners? Okay, we will take questions on commissioners' questions and we will start with public staff.
So I would like to start with some of you mentioned the other members of the water and the holding companies board. I believe you testified that Mr. Raber is a member of the board. Is Mr. Raber the other board member appointed by Longleaf?
He is.
Okay. And isn't it also true that Mr. Raber holds a number of positions with your other interests, to include he's in charge of corporate development with EnviroLink, and he is also president of Longleaf Utilities?
He is.
So would it be fair to say that 40% of the Water and Sewer Holding Company board is controlled by someone affiliated very closely with you, Mr. Myers?
I would say two of the five board members are affiliated.
Okay, thank you for that. And then you mentioned that you had spoken that the public staff recommended the USDA loan. Did anyone with the public staff ever specifically direct Currituck to the USDA loan?
And I don't remember the exact verbiage I used, but no, nobody from public staff said, no, this is the way you should, we recommend you do this. It's just, I would say, more of supportive of those programs.
Okay. And then when Chair Mitchell was asking you a number of questions about seeking alternative funding, you mentioned that from your perception, banks don't sort of have the appetite for a loan in the amount of $6 million. And she had asked if you guys had tried, and you said we tried. Who is we?
I would say, I'm sorry, CWS. And that was a collaborative effort between, if you remember, one of the board members, Julius Bedford, who's on our board. He was really the one that facilitated those types of discussions with a few banks, not on behalf of CWS, to be clear, but on other projects that he has worked on and that we are working with him on.
Okay. I thought I had understood your testimony to be that Currituck had not tried to do that. So I wanted to clarify who we was.
Yep.
Then a few questions about the FARs or Albemarle Environmental, I'm sorry. You mentioned that you selected them based on a recommendation from an EnviroLink employee, is that correct?
Yeah, our manager.
Had you had personal exposure to them prior to them being selected to serve as a subcontractor?
I want to say yes, subject to verification. I do believe that's correct. Yeah.
So would you accept subject to check that they were the operator of the system at Outer Banks, Kennekeet at one point?
That's what's wrong. I'm not clear. I'd like to flush out the timing in my mind, but that's what's running through my mind, as well as I did have some exposure to them associated with that facility.
And isn't it true that the situation at Outer Banks, Kennekeet has been deplorable in the past?
Yeah, I would not to be argumentative with Mr. Junis, but I would characterize that as worse than Carolina Village. Yeah.
Do you recall how the conditions at Ocean Hills, Kennekeet, did those conditions overlap when the FARs were there, or was that separate and apart?
You mean Outer Banks?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Outer Banks, Kennekeet. My understanding is that the FARs were the operator at the time. I think public staff recommended the emergency operator.
Mr. Myers, make sure you're speaking up so that the
Oh.
court reporter can hear you and everybody in the room can hear you.
Sorry.
Okay,
You can
so
ask your question again. I'll answer.
sure. So just to be clear, the FARs were the operators at Outer Banks, Kennekeet, whenever the public staff made the recommendation for an emergency operator.
That's my understanding.
And having that in mind, EnviroLink hired them to serve as a subcontractor for some of its systems. Is that correct?
We did. So I know our manager did check with some other people in the area regarding the FARs. And I think the feedback he received is, absent, the situation at Kennekeet, that particularly David Farr seemed to be very knowledgeable. It certainly held, both him and his wife held what are called on the wastewater side, Class 4 licenses, which are the highest classifications that North Carolina issues and held similar certifications on the water side.
Okay, and is Mr. Farr on site all of the time, or is he also an employee of the ferry division?
It's my understanding he's no longer an employee of the ferry, but he was. He has held that position.
And he held that position during Albemarle Environmental's tenure at Eagle Creek and Carolina Village, correct?
At least for part of it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then I would like to jump to some questions or some testimony that you gave regarding conversations with the public staff about an exemption petition versus another path. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Do you recall during the course of that discussion a complaint that the public staff had received from a resident at Carolina Village regarding billing being discussed?
I do.
What is your recollection of that part of the discussion?
I remember there being a complaint from utility bills that had gone out on behalf of the park owners for water, what was called water and sewer rent, and that public staff had received a complaint about that. And that we were discussing just kind of, the mechanics of what happened there, what was done in response to the complaint
And were those bills issued on EnviroLink's letterhead?
they were.
Okay.
They had, well, I should say they had EnviroLink's logo, but I think they had the park owner's name on the invoices, as I recall.
But you did respond to the public staff's complaint on behalf of EnviroLink related to that?
I can't remember who we respond. I presumably so, subject to check, as you say, but presumably so.
And would you agree that those conversations took place, or the complaint, the facts underlying the complaint occurred after the APA, the original APA for Carolina Village was signed in February of 2022?
I don't remember the time.
Okay, that's fine. Fair enough. And then we also, you also discussed sort of a lack of incentive for the prior owner of Carolina Village to make investments in the assets. Or I'll let you characterize how you would characterize that. You indicated that the park owner or the utility owner was not interested in continuing to make investment in the plant after DEQ was no longer interested in renewing an SOC. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it also correct that Carolina Village was the subject of an application by Old North State Water Company for a CPCN during and around that time?
Subject to check. I do believe that to be the case.
Okay. And would you accept subject to check that the park owner had already received in the neighborhood of $92,000 in exchange for some of the property out at Carolina Village?
At that point, yeah, I think I didn't have the dollar amount in my mind, but I think I testified that that was the case.
Okay. So there is a period of time where EnviroLink was operating the system, and you, on behalf of Old North State Water Company, were contracted to purchase the system. Is that correct?
I would say, yeah, Old North State was contracted to purchase the system. That's
Okay.
correct.
Can you explain to us why, when you were with Old North State Water Company, you filed an application for a CPCN rather than pursue the exemption that you deemed appropriate last year?
As I recall, at that point in time, and this is under a prior park owner, that they certainly were of a mind that there could potentially be a single family component to the kind of the master plan for the park, if you will. As I think we were just discussing, they were going to move homes from one side of the park to the other side of the park and have a single family component to the park. And certainly Old North State, recognizing that, did not want to, two things. Would the 15, there's the phrase in the general statute regarding the 15 residential lots in that situation would not apply in our opinion. And ultimately Old North State did want to be able to charge the individual tenants and, I would say, homes.
And so when you were with Old North State, that was the opinion. However, with Currituck, it was something different. Is that correct?
Yeah, park, I think, as we looked at it, we were not looking at it as a single family. I think that the single family home component of that was no longer part of the plan, and it was purely going to be for the park. And so that had us revisiting kind of the discussions and dialogue that we were having around what our strategy would be at that point in time.
Okay. And then going back to the conditions at Carolina Village, do you happen to recall the exact date when the manager checked on? You mentioned there was a time in February when the manager was there, indicated that the system was doing well, and that there was approximately 1 week period between when that happened and the visit with the public staff and DEQ. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in any of the filings or responses that you have put forth to that inspection, have you ever disputed the unlawful discharge that DEQ maintains that it observed twice in February of 2024?
I don't know that I knew they had observed it twice, but we've never disputed that was certainly at worst a bypass of treatment units, which required notification to DEQ.
And was the effluent being effectively treated that was being discharged? In other words, was the plant operating appropriately during that period of time?
At the time of the inspection, my understanding is no.
And then Chair Mitchell asked questions about the mobile wastewater treatment plant that is envisioned for Carolina Village. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that plant currently located?
It's at a site called the Moyock Regional Facility.
Is that plant the same plant that is involved in litigation in Currituck County?
It is.
Okay. Give me one more second. And then isn't it also, does Albemarle Environmental also operate Ocean Hills on behalf of Currituck?
Not on behalf of.
I'm sorry, does EnviroLink currently operate, I'm sorry, did Albemarle Environmental operate the Ocean Hills plant on behalf of EnviroLink.
They were.
Are you aware of a recent notice of violation issued for that wastewater system?
I don't have, I'm not, if you can give it to me, I can see if I've seen it or not.
Okay.
Sure.
Have you had an opportunity now to review the notice of violation and the photos?
I just took a quick look. Yeah.
And just to confirm, EnviroLink is the operator of this system, correct?
We are contracted to operate that. That's correct.
And so the photos are recent photos of systems that EnviroLink is currently responsible for operating, correct?
Yeah, that's from the cover letter. It looks like the inspection was in September.
Okay. This past September, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the public staff would like to ask that this be admitted as a cross exhibit. And marked as Myers Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit number 1.
All right, it'll be so marked.
No further questions, Chair Mitchell.
All right, Mr. Finley.
Mr. Myers, let's talk a little bit about the issue of the exemption.
Okay.
There were extensive negotiations with Stonebank and indirectly representatives of the USDA with respect to the loan you were trying to get to acquire the Carolina Village system and the Eagle Creek system and to make improvements and additions where they're not.
There were.
And that negotiation involved a lot of parties, a lot of lawyers, a lot of people doing title work, a lot of people examining this and examining that. It was, would you agree with me that it was a complicated negotiation?
I would frame it as complicated and intensive.
And there were serial discussions, and although it was people got along with one another, there were some tensions there to try to get this thing to move. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
And at some point along the way, it was determined that because the facilities at Carolina Village would serve as security for the loan that was being sought, if something wasn't addressed there, that the commission might have to approve the loan that had to be obtained.
Yeah, I remember there being dialogue about that. Yeah.
And that's sort of the emphasis, was there not, about going to the public staff and say, hey, look, we've got another complication in this process. Part of the assets to be conveyed are the Carolina Village assets. The loan will be secured by the Carolina Village assets. And we would either like to have an exemption from the commission's regulation because we're not providing, we're not charging rates there, or we're going to have to come in and get a CPCN. Is that your recollection?
Yes, it is, sir. Yes.
And so that's part of the discussion that we had with the public staff there. Okay. And based on those discussions, setting aside for the moment the details of those discussions, CWS determined that it would file for a CPCN for Carolina Village.
That is correct.
And that was many months ago.
That is correct.
And we still don't have the CPCN for the Carolina Village, correct?
That is correct.
And there was some mention made by Counsel for the Public Staff about a submission made by somebody to the owner, to the residents of the mobile home park about a bill for utility service. You call that question.
That's correct.
It was apparently submitted on behalf of the owner of the mobile home park under a letter with the EnviroLink logo on it, correct?
That is correct.
Did you have anything to do with sending that letter?
EnviroLink did. Did I personally? No, but EnviroLink did. Yes, sir.
What was their participation in that?
We issued the bill on behalf of the owner at the direction of the owner. The owner's opinion was, as the park owner, that they were allowed to charge rent, or I'll call it rent, for water and sewer. And so he directed EnviroLink staff to issue the bill.
And was that rectified? Was that addressed when you learned about it?
It was, forgive me if I get the exact, I'll say in and around, I think there were in and around maybe 3 to 5 payments that were made that were immediately returned to those customers, and no further bills were issued after that.
Right. Now, in connection with this negotiation attempt to get this loan from Stone Bank, guaranteed by the USDA, am I correct in my understanding that CWS had to go see if they could find outside counsel who had some familiarity with this process?
Yes, sir.
And that was not easy to do, was it?
It was not.
And we ultimately found Mr. Art Housen, correct?
That is correct.
And he worked for
He's an
One
associate
spot,
of Yes Rushton's.
and he knew a lot about this.
He was very familiar.
And your regulatory counsel was not, was he?
Not as familiar as Mr. House.
Well, he wasn't familiar at all. You mentioned Mr. Albertson on the board, right?
Mhm.
And he worked with Suez.
Suez, that's correct.
Tell us who Suez is.
Well, I think at this point in time, Suez I would characterize them as one of the national brand operations firm. They do have regulated assets in a few states, but largely were recognized as an operation and maintenance firm similar to EnviroLink. They were acquired by Veolia a few years ago, so the Suez brand has gone away, and it's now Veolia.
Yeah, but under either name, it's a big sophisticated outfit.
It is.
All right. And Mr. Klein worked for Carolina Water Service here in North Carolina at one point, did he not?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
So he had that expertise.
As well as, I think, as he testified yesterday, Indianapolis Water.
And that the operators under your control have experience in running plants, correct?
They do.
Now, we talked a lot about the transfer of the assets and the transfer of the permits. When Currituck Water and Sewer came on the scene, to your knowledge, were there other entities that were interested in purchasing these assets from either from Sandler for Eagle Creek, or for the owner of the Carolina Village assets?
In both cases, we did not know of any other potential interested parties. I know in the case of Eagle Creek, Sandler Utilities had made overtures to Currituck County on several occasions, and Currituck County was not interested in acquiring the sewer system at Eagle Creek.
Right. Was there a representation in the Eagle Creek CPCN application that CWS would have sufficient capital to make upgrades?
I believe there was.
When did CWS close on the Eagle Creek transaction?
March of 2024.
Right. Now, did you have funds to do the improvements at that time?
Yes, that was in and around when the equity injection was made.
Did the CPCN application for Carolina Village state that you had sufficient funds to make improvements at Carolina Village?
I believe it did.
Did the applications have anything to do with saying that funding would be 100% equity?
The application for Carolina Village, sir? Yeah. The application for Carolina Village stated that the improvements were anticipated to be financed through the USDA loan. Is I think, there's a couple of references to that, and as my recollection in the application.
But not 100% equity.
Not 100% equity.
All right. I think some issues have come up about systems that are funded 100% equity or funded with debt that is high based on current economic conditions. And I think you said that to some extent, had you proceeded with the loan, the USDA-backed loan, that there was investor risk involved in that. Did I hear you correctly?
Yeah, I think I was speaking about the interest rate there, and that certainly I think, and I think as Mr. Klein testified that it was his analysis that, his concern is that some of that interest rate might be imputed in a potential future rate case. And so from that standpoint, it certainly was an investor risk.
And based on your long experience with rate setting in North Carolina, do you understand that whatever the company comes in with, whatever the capital structure is, whatever its cost of debt is, whatever its cost of equity is, the public staff will analyze that, and if they deem that any of those components are what they deem to be imprudent or unreasonable, that they will make a recommendation to the company that might not bear any representation of what is actually the facts that exist at the time.
Yes, I believe that the prudency test is something that, that's part of the public staff's analysis.
In the Outer Banks Kinnicky Shores matter, do you know if the testimony in that matter was that the FARs had done everything that they could to treat waste as best they could without the owner ordering or purchasing adequate replacement parts?
That, and I don't know that I remember that specifically, but I remember having read something along those lines.
Those are the questions that we have. Commission's questions.
All right. Mr. Myers, I believe your morning has come to an end. You may step down, but you are not excused. We'll see you back up on rebuttal. Ms. Coxton, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I would move that Myers direct cross-examination.
No objection?
All right. There being no objection, that motion will be allowed. This point, yes, sir. Go
The
ahead.
company would move the exhibits of Mr. Myers.
All right. The exhibits to the testimony of Michael Myers, which have already been marked for identification, will be accepted into evidence.
Likewise, Chair Mitchell, the question has come up about the invoices of EnviroLink to Currituck Water and Sewer. We have copies of those, and we're going to distribute those and submit them, but I want the chair to know that we have them, and we'll attempt to do that. It's come up.
Okay. Are you all in a position to get those filed as late filed exhibits today?
We can do that.
Okay, during the lunch break or?
We will do that.
Okay. And then you can go ahead and pass those out right when we break for lunch. Let's see, anything else before we move to the public staff?
We understand that the court reporter wants us to submit the the summaries, we will do that.
Okay.
In due course. And I think that completes and we understand that there's still some questions from the chair that we are attempting to get the answers to.
Okay.
And with the chair's permission, we will get those. But other than that, the company completes its case,
Okay.
direct case.
Okay. All right. With that, then we will move to the public staff. Mr. Myers, you may step down. And public staff, you all may call your witnesses.
The public staff calls panel witnesses Lynn Feasel, Charles Junis, and Gregory Rieger.
All right. Good morning. If you all would raise your right hands, left hands on the Bible. Do you swear testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead.
Ms. Feasel, please state your name, position, and business address for the record.
My name is Lynn Fiesel. Position is the accounting manager for water sewer section of the Public Staff Accounting Division. Business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Mr. Junis, please state your name, position, and business address for the record.
Yes, my name's Charles M. Junis. I am the Director of the Public Staff Water Sewer, technically Transportation and Telephone Division now. And our address is 4030 North Salisbury Street.
Mr. Rieger, please state your name, position, and business address for the record.
My name is Gregory Rieger. I'm a Public Utilities Regulatory Analyst with the Energy Division. My business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
I'm going to ask another series of questions to Mr. Junis. Mr. Junis, on September 20th, 2024, did you pre-file joint direct testimony consisting of 128 pages, 3 appendices, and 16 exhibits?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed joint testimony?
Yes, so we've prepared a short list of what I would characterize as minor corrections. And I would offer that to file that as opposed to going through each of them individually.
How many revisions are there, Mr. Junis?
The list is 12, and as I said, I would characterize them as minor. It's changing one word or the spelling of a word, so very minor.
Okay, we'll allow you to follow those.
Okay. If I were to ask you those same questions from the stand, would your answers be the same, subject to the corrections that we will be filing with the commission?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to the panel's exhibits?
No.
And then I believe that there is a summary of testimony that has been distributed.
Yes.
Okay. Chair Mitchell, the public staff moves that the pre-filed joint testimony and appendices of witnesses Feasel, Rieger, and Junis be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, and their exhibits be identified as marked when filed.
All right, the the testimony of public staff witnesses Feasel, Rieger, and Junis filed in the docket on September 20th, 2024, consisting of 128 pages and 3 appendices will be copied into the record as if delivered orally from the stand and corrected as indicated in the filing to be made today.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, we're getting some feedback on here. All right, the And just for the record, Ms. Coxton, the filing to be made indicating the corrections is only noting the corrections. It's not an entirely new version of the testimony.
No, ma'am,
that
it's
correct?
just one page of corrections.
Okay, so the testimony copied into the record will be revised as reflected in the revisions filed today. The 16 exhibits to the public staff's testimony will be marked for identification as they were when pre-filed.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination and questions from the commission.
Chair Mitchell, if you don't mind, would you like me to read the summary or can it be submit?
The summary of the witness's testimony will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you.
All right, I believe the witnesses are available for your cross-examination.
The company has no cross.
All right, we have some questions for you all. On page 67 of your testimony, down at the bottom, it's lines 21 and 22. Testimony reads, use of Currituck's financial resources in ways that can be viewed as overcompensating employees and overcompensating EnviroLink. Can you describe, give us more detail there? What are you talking about?
So I'll just start with that response. That is in reference to the payments made to Mr. Klein. That is also in reference to the payments made to EnviroLink or between EnviroLink and Currituck that were detailed in the general ledger.
So is this testimony based on public staff review of the general ledger?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Junis, the public staff visited this site in, as I understand it, the public staff visited this site in February of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then visited the site again in April of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then again in August?
Yes.
Okay. And just describe for us the public staff's impression of the site over those 3 visits.
So just to start with February, and it should be noted that in the violation, the DEQ observed the condition of the discharge pipe on both February 13th and February 21st when I was personally in attendance. So that was a span of 8 days at minimum that pipe existed, and that pipe was discharging what I would characterize as untreated effluent outside of the designated discharge point. I will reiterate, despite my visits to Outer Banks, Kinnicky, despite my visits to other systems that were in very rough shape, Carolina Village was the worst. The lack of maintenance, the lack of just housekeeping, I think a fair word that was used today was deplorable. That shows lack of oversight. That was not a condition that just happened over a week. That was an accumulation of lack of maintenance. And just to note, the company has admittedly owned this since May 15th of 2023. I visited on February 21st of 2024. That's 9 months. 9 months to prove yourself, to do the right thing, to do what you were expected of, either in the agreement between the parties or as a public utility. I would also just like to note about sort of dates here and leading up. Mr. Myers discussed the billing issue and the response. That letter was April of 2022. Mind you, they have admitted that there was an exchange of a purchase price and bills of sale in February of 2022 that was not disclosed as part of that complaint, informal complaint proceeding. So I say proceeding, exchange of information between the parties. So the record just gets messier and messier, but I'll return to what I saw in February of 24. So very bad conditions. We go back in April at Currituck's prompting. I would characterize that as a bit of a show and tell. They did put forth money and effort to make some improvements. I would characterize those as immediate improvements that really should have happened upon taking ownership. And that's really some of the public staff testimony. You got down the road. If you acquired it in May, Mr. Klein becomes involved in August, becomes officially the president in January. You still hadn't put forth the money to just make immediate repairs and replacements. But then you were going to compensate him quite handsomely to come in that role, but you didn't do the bare minimum. You didn't make an improvement for these customers. And so these customers continued to suffer under the conditions of that system. I will admit, and it is in the testimony, there was some improvement in April. And then it is my understanding that there was some even smaller increment of improvement from April to August. I just want to give you context about August. I personally was not there. However, I sent my staff, as my role as a director, I delegated that responsibility to Evan Hauser and Mike Franklin. Mr. Franklin has been involved in Currituck from Sub-Zero. So he had experience. He is familiar with the company. We had extensive conversations about what they observed. I reviewed the photos and I reviewed Mr. Franklin's notes. I asked them questions. Mr. Hauser assisted in the preparation of our testimony. I believe, and I don't think the company has refuted, the accuracy of our portrayal of those conditions. I will say it is not my job to pat them on the back for the improvements they made. However, we did acknowledge some improvements, but the real important part is what hasn't been done. And part of what hasn't been done is promises were made about what would be done and when it would be done, and that has been a moving target. When we were willing to stay our show cause at the beginning of May, it was represented to us and it was represented in filings prior to that the company was going to complete all of its initial improvements, including the wastewater treatment plant, including the water tank, by the end of September. Immediately after we agreed to the stay, their filing, which I believe was on May 6th, changes the schedule. The schedule now goes out as far as the end of 2024. All right, so we've shifted from September to the end of December. Okay, so that's 3 months. Now, in a filing that was made just earlier this month, they have supplemented their status report and pushed those timelines out further. Now we're talking about the end of February, the end of March. That's another 3 months. So now we've accumulated a delay of 6 months on improvements that Mr. Myers testifies to have existed. Some of these conditions have existed since his initial involvement in late 2015. How are you not prepared to take action? I think it was Mr. Klein's testimony that it would be imprudent to take ownership of a system if you did not have the funds to make the necessary improvements. They didn't do it 9 months after they bought this system. They still haven't done it. And so now, nearly a year after we identified these issues, which we should not have had to do that, they claim they'll have the improvements done. That is unacceptable. I'm sorry. They put the commission in a very difficult position. And I think they've acknowledged they did not follow norms with the commission. And I know I digressed a little bit to pull us back to what we observed. There were incremental, I would say there was a leap from February to April. Now, it was so bad, you could only go up. You could only improve. From April to August, we did not see significant strides between that period. And then from August forward, according to the reports, now I haven't gone back, we are still not seeing material changes in terms of the upgrades there. I think it was Mr. Myers, no, it was Mr. Klein yesterday had suggested that, well, that's because of the approval process. Well, it's in their report that they haven't even submitted the plans. So the design's not done. The plans haven't been submitted. The engineer hasn't drafted the EOP on the wastewater side. So the ball is still in their court. They can't blame the environmental regulator for not having approved plans when they haven't been submitted. That concludes my answer.
Okay. Has the public staff had an opportunity to speak with any of the customers of these systems other than the situation in 2022 related to billing?
Yes, Chair, and that's a situation that the public staff really struggled with, and I personally struggled with. So Mr. Franklin was in communication with 2 customers, and they were representing service issues. They were concerned about what was going on, and we were reaching the deadline for consumer statements. And we said, you know, you have these concerns. It would be advisable that you would submit a statement, because otherwise, if there's no protest, there will be no public hearing. Those customers feared that there would be retaliation potentially from the mobile home park. And so they were unwilling to submit a consumer statement and were unwilling to appear at a public hearing. I find it troubling that the company would then characterize the lack of a public hearing as a representation of the quality of service that they are providing, especially because that conversation, that struggle about a customer's well-being was disclosed to Mr. Finley. So yes, we have talked to customers, but I just wanted to share that because I don't think it's right.
So did Mr. Franklin discuss with you what he learned from the customers?
Yes,
And
Mr. Franklin both talked on the phone and exchanged text messages with those customers, and he shared those or showed them to me, and we discussed those conversations.
and what did the customers say?
So those customers were observing what they perceived to be either leaks or overflows. Those customers, I recall, I think the one suffered from a backup or a blockage at their home. And then they were concerned about paying for service, just the conditions that they were living in.
Okay. You all have been in the room during this entire hearing, have you not?
Yes,
And you've heard the testimony given by Mr. Klein and Mr. Myers, have you not?
that's correct.
Okay. As I understood the testimony, Envirolink, while it has operated the site since 2016, sometime in 2016, it was not in a position to invest capital in the site, make capital improvements to the assets or to the systems, but was only able to maintain them. in your opinion, Mr. Juna, since you've been to the site, was there sufficient maintenance performed, or were these systems operated appropriately?
So I actually take your question in two parts, and correct me if I'm wrong here. I think there are circumstances around their claims of this 2016. So yes, they were contract operator. I think that contract was signed January of 2016. Shortly after, there was also the APA where Old North State, with Mr. Myers as president and Mr. Myers as the person that signed those agreements, had then put the owner in a position of, okay, I'm under a purchase agreement. And we've kind of seen this before, right? The sellers are sort of trapped in those agreements. And then they become less and less motivated to invest in the system because except for, I would say, atypical circumstances, there's no way for them to recover that. So it hits their bottom line. Ultimately, if they're going to be paid X amount, there's no compensation for improvements that they make until closing. So Mr. Myers sort of had control here in that he was the contract operator and he did have that APA through Old North State, and then transitioned in 2019. He terminates that APA on behalf of Old North State, his signature. And on the same date, he signs them to a new APA as Currituck. All right. So this mobile home park has been subject to Mr. Myers from January of 16 to still now. So I just want to give that context. Regarding the conditions that were observed in February, there was evidence of lack of maintenance. So for example, the booster pump that was not wired, that concern had been identified by DEQ in a prior NOD in 2022. That's in our testimony. That's in the exhibits. You know, you have to take, this is a complicated case in that you have the motion to show cause and all those exhibits. You have our recommendation for disapproval of the agreement in Sub-Zero, and then you have our testimony. That all works together and provides a wealth of information. And it's a complicated history here. But what we saw there with we'll just start with the water system. That booster pump seemed like an ongoing condition. The leak that was in the booster pump or the well house or treatment house continued to go on. The phosphate chlorine, you had one chemical feed pump operating. That's not proper maintenance. The outlet being sort of apart, that's a lack of maintenance. The just overall condition of, you got pieces and parts kind of strewn within the fenced in area, a lack of organization, the lack of a lid on the chemical vat. That is all evidence of a lack of maintenance. You go to the wastewater side, again, the fenced in area of the wastewater treatment plant appeared unmaintained. The blower was not functioning. You had one blower missing, and lack of a backup generator, sort of a temporary hose / discharge. Just overall a lack of maintenance. We talk about the tertiary filter and the solids that were there and that it wasn't being operated.
In your opinion, I mean, the cleaning of that tertiary filter, is that something that would happen as ordinary O&M?
Yeah, so I mean, number one, you would run backwash cycles. So that's a preventative measure that may occur at some regular frequency. But then you also have a cleaning of that media that should happen regularly also, and was not. from what we observed. And then the lift stations, when we were there in February, the lid's wide open, evidence of overflows around the surrounding area, not all the fenced in areas completely enclosed. And then
Why would a lift station overflow?
so that's because those lift stations are designed to have two pumps. And they typically operate in cycles back and forth. When you start to have either one pump go down or only have one in the wet well, then you run into issues of, well, if it gets clogged, if you have an electrical issue, if it stops functioning or stops fully functioning, you can have then that wet well accumulate, fill up, and then it eventually overflows. It's our understanding that that happened and happened more than once. That becomes a public health issue. I mean, you have human waste now, number one, with the lid open, just open to the air. So you can have insects. Basically, you have an opportunity to spread. So that is of concern. The temporary piping situation also sort of complicated that because you had piping sticking out. The stability there, because when you have piping like that and you have the surcharge of when a pump kicks on, you're going to have vibration or movement. And so then that pipe can actually break.
But help me understand though, wouldn't piping be a capital need? Are we getting now into deferred capital investment versus O&M?
There's a balance to be struck there.
And that's what I'm trying to help you to help me understand.
I mean, for example, when this was a couple of Aqua rate cases ago, you had the example of what is a repair or to a leak versus what is a capital investment. And they characterize it as a stick of pipe. So, basically 10 feet or more, they characterize as a capital improvement. But if you were to just go repair the leak, that's a maintenance item. So the same logic could be applied here. If a section of pipe breaks, okay, is it just a small section? That's a maintenance item. Repairs of pumps would be a maintenance item. Replacements of pumps might be capital. There is some dependency on how the utility handles that and the extension of the life of the asset. The controls weren't working. A lot of times, is my understanding, the operator was just going out, seeing how full the lift station was, and then kicking on the pumps or bringing a vacuum truck to basically suck out the waste and then return on a regular basis. So those are the type of maintenance items. But the one that actually is quite concerning is the phone numbers on the lift stations. So I'm there and I call the numbers. One is answered. The person says, I don't work for them. I'm not responsible for that system. And the other doesn't go through. How are customers supposed to make the company, and I would say the contract operator or the owner, aware that there's a problem at the lift station if the phone number on the lift station doesn't go anywhere? So when they say, oh, we don't have records of complaints, well, how are they supposed to contact you? That is a major problem. That makes people feel like they're not cared about. And to hear Mr. Klein characterize, well, what did you identify when you went on site? The grass need mowed. The grass need mowed. I'm sorry, but there are so much more important things going on there that result in quality of service. The grass being mowed is fantastic if it's getting done, but it is not at the top of priorities for these customers. Safe, reliable service is really important and a necessity, and these customers aren't getting that. So I just struggled sitting here listening to that testimony, that's the leadership being provided by this utility.
What does the public staff know about Albemarle Environmental?
What do we know? So to my recollection, my first interaction with Albemarle Environmental was my site visit to Outer Banks, Kinnicky. That was in July of 22. They represented that they were doing the best they possibly could, given the circumstances, and they claimed the owner wasn't making investment. Having gained further experience with them, and I had a level of skepticism that, again, the housekeeping at Outer Banks, Kinnicky was bad. The maintenance appeared to be bad. They were doing a poor job. It's interesting to me that Mr. Myers and Currituck entered into an APA with the owner of Outer Banks, Kinnicky at the exact same time that we were doing that investigation and making the recommendation that there was an emergency there and that there needed to be the appointment of an emergency operator. And then immediately after that, Mr. Myers and EnviroLink hired them as contract operator of other systems. What due diligence did you do before entering into an APA? And what did you observe at Outer Banks, Kinnicky that gave you the warm and fuzzies to then hire them to operate others of your systems? Now, it raises a question to me of why you would then hire them based on that experience. And then why would you continue to employ them as you saw evidence that similar conditions were occurring at your systems that you were responsible for?
Did the public staff engage with Discovery, engage with Currituck Water and Sewer, Discovery on the issue of why they would hire Albemarle Environmental?
So one problem is, when did we find out they had engaged with Albemarle Environmental? And I'm going off of memory here, but I think the first time that it was realized by me that they were involved was when I showed up for the site visit in February. Now, we might have discussed it with DEQ immediately leading up to that site visit, but that's about when we were finding out. So yes, we've done Discovery, but we didn't specifically ask why they hired them. But we were curious of, why this relationship continued. And I will tell you right now, as this proceeding has gone on, we continued to ask the question, why are they still involved?
So let me make sure I understand this. So the public staff didn't know Albemarle Environmental had been retained or contracted with by EnviroLink until the February 2024 site visit?
To my recollection, that is when we found out.
Okay. And so this subcontractor agreement, which was passed out today, did the public staff receive this agreement in response to a Discovery request?
I think that was in March of this year. So it was after we had done the site visit, but that's my recollection. I'm happy to.
So what is your opinion of Albemarle Environmental's competencies as an operator in responsible charge?
I think the DEQ's investigation into them and the observations that were made at Outer Banks, Kinnicky and at Carolina Village and Eagle Creek, because they were also the collection system ORC at Eagle Creek. And then what we have recently been made aware of at Ocean Hills, I question their competency as an ORC and their commitment to providing good service. But ultimately, that is up to the certification board to rule on whether they should or shouldn't be licensed.
Okay. Is the public staff aware of whether EnviroLink has been charging Currituck Water and Sewer for service related to Carolina Village since May 2023?
So I'll start, and Ms. Fiesel might have something to add here. You know, we are aware that EnviroLink was invoicing Currituck, and then we did review the general ledgers. But if Ms. Fiesel has anything.
Did you all review those invoices?
I recall reviewing invoices tied to the determination of was there compensation leading up to the show cause filing. I'll just clarify, we did not do a full audit of the accounting and for the cost of service because we felt that the company had not met that threshold issue of having the managerial, technical, and financial capabilities. But I'll let Ms. Fiesel add anything she wishes.
Basically agree with witness Juni's statement. What I knew then is that EnviroLink charged Carolina Village customers before Currituck bought border assets in May of 2023. But after that, I have not done a deep investigation as to whether they have charged Carolina Village customers or not.
Okay.
So,
And I'm not asking about.
Chair, so I apologize.
Let me ask Ms. Fiesel the question. So I'm what I want to know is whether EnviroLink has charged Currituck Water and Sewer for service that it's provided.
Yes.
And since May 2023?
Yes.
So the public staff is aware that EnviroLink has been charging for its services since post May 2023?
Yes, we have seen some transactions in their general ledgers that shows that EnviroLink has charged Currituck.
But, okay, so you've seen ledger entries, but have you seen the invoices?
I have not seen the details of the invoices, but I do see the bank statements.
Okay, okay,
in
thank you.
which shows the charges.
Okay, and I think counsel for Currituck Water and Sewer has those invoices and is going to make a filing. So I just wanted to know if y'all had seen those before.
Right, it shows in their bank statements.
In the bank statements?
Yes.
Okay.
And we also asked questions about how those transactions in the bank statements were calculated pursuant to the agreement. So when we were investigating to make our recommendation regarding the agreement, we were asking, okay, how are you following this agreement to charge Currituck? And that's where we hit snags of, it didn't seem like they could explain how that was charged. And so it was pretty startling yesterday to hear, oh yeah, we charge, $4,000 to $5,000 a month for the base fee. And then there's, tens of thousands of dollars being charged for additional services because we had been asking that question.
Yeah, let me make some supplemental comments about that to make it more complete. So we asked questions about how the annual fees were calculated in another DR2AA, which was filed as one of our exhibits in the Eagle Creek docket. So you can find that we asked that question, but company did not provide answers to us. And in the agreement between EnviroLink and Currituck, which was signed in December of 2021, there was an exhibit showing, okay, item 1, 2, 3, billing cost and the collection maintenance cost. There was no information readily there on the exhibit to show how the annual fees was calculated. So it was really confusing how that was done.
Okay. Okay, so is it fair to say at this point, the public staff doesn't have a good understanding of how EnviroLink was charging Currituck Water and Sewer?
Correct.
Is it also fair to say the public staff doesn't have a clear understanding of what EnviroLink was charging Currituck Water and Sewer for?
That's correct because I don't see a detailed breakdown for the services versus the cost associated with the services and how they were calculated so that we can align those with the contract to see whether the charge is actually aligned with the contract.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. But is it fair, is my understanding correct that the public staff has seen on the general ledger that Currituck has paid EnviroLink?
That's correct.
Okay. Since May 2023? Or-
Yes, because we have
And
the general-
continuing for how long? Like, when is the most recent reflection of a payment made by Currituck to EnviroLink?
I can only say the most general ledger we have is through August of 2024, but I do not recall the last payment made to EnviroLink from that general ledger,
Okay,
but we can check.
And Chair, I would just add that it has been represented to us, I believe in DR 30, that we had raised concerns about the general ledgers and the company had represented that they had corrected the general ledgers. And we had asked for those and we still have not received those. So
okay.
we'd love to give you a more accurate portrayal and to be able to answer those questions, but they have not shared that information with us.
Okay. Did the public staff discuss with Currituck Water and Sewer at any point in time making application for the SRF monies for at least for the water side, for the water assets?
So I don't recall that conversation specifically. However, it's interesting that the company is so adamant to sort of throw at us that we have support for SRF. We absolutely do. What I want to clarify regarding our support for these programs is low cost access to funds. It's either through grants or low interest loans. So the USDA backed loan in and of itself, just because USDA is involved, does not necessarily mean we supported the continued pursuit of that. And I think that's represented in the portion that Mr. Rieger can speak to in greater detail. It's all about the cost. Because when you get to an interest rate of north of 10%, that's not low cost capital.
And help me understand what the public staff knows about Currituck Water and Sewers exploring loan financing other than the USDA loan.
So I don't recall seeing any seeking of alternative financing.
So the public staff isn't aware that the company explored any other debt alternatives to the USDA loan?
Nothing specifically, correct, Greg?
Nothing that I can.
Greg,
Okay.
sorry.
And Mr. Myers' testimony today was, in his experience, commercial lending operations don't have an appetite for such a small loan. Did you all hear that testimony?
Yes.
And do you have anything to say in response to that testimony? Any reason to think that his testimony isn't valid or shouldn't be given weight by this commission?
I have heard similar concerns, but we are also under the impression that Currituck Water and Sewer had access to alternative financing through Bernard Capital, and that had been represented in the Eagle Creek docket. We are with the understanding that that commitment was continuing for the Carolina Village.
Okay, so it's a timing issue. So is that right? I mean, is my understanding of the public staff's position is, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, that representations were made in the Eagle Creek docket that Bernard Capital was available to provide equity financing that could be used to make system improvements here but that Currituck Water and Sewer continued to pursue the USDA loan?
Correct.
Correct. And just to sort of build out that timeline, and Mr. Rieger can add to it. We filed testimony, I believe it was in March. We settled that case in June of 22. The commission's order was in September of 22. You'll recall Mr. Myers' testimony yesterday that he started to have questions about that loan in Q3, Q4 of 22. Okay, so that's like right around when you all issued the order. They didn't come to us with those concerns. The first meeting about the loan, there were some questions subsequently, but if he started to have questions at that point, now mindful, the interest rate started to also rise significantly at that point. Why wasn't there a shift of their priority and the funding potentially to equity, or evidence that they went to other lenders? I think it was Mr. Myers' testimony today that he discussed with Mr. Bedford other loan options, but not specific to Currituck. So again, there's not actually evidence that they went anywhere else specifically for a loan for Currituck and their systems. With that rising interest rate, all right, you're concerned about the loan in Q3, Q4 of 22. You're progressing, you're concerned about Stonebank keeps adding requirements. Okay, we're doing more work, we're expending more money for this transaction. You get to May, and I don't know when exactly Stonebank said we need collateral, and that collateral is going to be Carolina Village. The question becomes, why would you close on acquiring Carolina Village? You're going to expend more money to close on that, which honestly, they had already paid the purchase price back in February of 22 to get the bills of sale. So it already kind of spent the money. Why would you close and acquire ownership if you didn't have the funding to make the improvements, as Mr. Klein alluded to? You now are even more committed to that path of the loan that you had concerns about 8 months ago. Why would you continue down that road and only further commit yourself to that process? And I think Mr. Rieger can add what was going on with interest rates at the time. And so why did you continue to pursue it?
Yeah, so the Federal Reserve started raising their federal benchmark rates in March of 22, slight increases throughout the summer of 22, and then steadily jumped in the fall of 2022. And that the table is provided in page 79 and 80 of the testimony to show what that federal funds benchmark rate, as well as what the rate of the loan would have been at that time, and along with the decisions and other kind of milestones of the Eagle Creek and Carolina Village docket.
So is it the public staff's position then that, or do I understand correctly that the public staff's position is the company should have, CWS, Currituck Water and Sewer, should have abandoned efforts on the loan sooner than it did and taken advantage of the availability of equity the equity funding made available by Bernhard Capital?
So I think Mr. Rieger's gonna say there's a.
Well, let's let Mr. Rieger
No, I just
say
wanna-
what he wants to say.
I just want to lay out that there was a threshold moment of, and it's ultimately up to management's discretion to make those decisions. We're not supposed to usurp management. They shouldn't come to us to have our input on every single decision, because otherwise, why are they here if we're making all the decisions? But at some point, like, the interest rate is still reasonable and you should have closed in a timely fashion. But it escalates to a point where then it doesn't make sense, which is identified by Mr. Klein's testimony, where he starts talking about normal is half that rate or in the neighborhood of 5. He then talks about it's imprudent when you start getting into the territory of returns on equity. You know, he references 9.8%. So I will let Mr. Rieger.
So to add on to what Mr. Junis said, it was from my reading of the testimony in the Eagle Creek docket, it was the public staff's understanding that if the USDA loan was not was to fall through or not be prudent, then the company had access to equity funding through Bernard Capital, and so using those indicators of the interest rates and those benchmarks established in Mr. Klein's testimony of typical debt rates being half of that 10.25%, you know, that was quickly surpassed in summer of 2022 and steadily started increasing. So it would have been, you know, that should have been a red flag to the company that these rates are that alternative financing should be explored, and especially once it reached that close to that 9.8% benchmark in March of 2023, that it would have been prudent to go forward with another alternative financing.
And connect the dots here for us as to why is timing important here? Why is the passage of time important?
So, I mean, the passage of time is connected to the rising interest rates. It's also tied to when they then ultimately acquired Carolina Village. It also plays into, there was very pointed testimony by Mr. Myers and Sub-Zero that DEQ and the public staff were holding up his plan to fix the system. A plan that was to replace the collection system with gravity. So for us to settle that case in June, an order be issued in September, and then closing continually be delayed, that was a concern for us.
Well, let's not talk about Sub-Zero. Let's talk about this
It's
case. Let's talk
tied
about
to the
Sub-5.
funding, because the funding, as they pointed out in the term sheet, is associated with not only the acquisition of Eagle Creek and the improvements of Eagle Creek, but it also goes into a tie to Carolina Village. But
Because it meant that it just kicked out the time at which investment would be made in the Carolina Village system. Is that the point you're trying to make in this
Right, well,
case?
and ultimately they acquired ownership of Carolina Village in May, which they say is very much tied to the loan. And at that point, they took ownership, but weren't prepared, didn't have the funding to make the improvements. And then sort of kicked the can or delayed ultimately becoming the owner of Eagle Creek and implementing their plan for improvements there. So that's how it's tied together, and that's why the timing. But Mr. Rieger, anything to add?
Just one more thing to add, that in Myers' rebuttal testimony in the last page, he states that in his experience, one of the most critical aspects of MFT is the ability to respond quickly and accurately to an issue. And I see this rising interest rates as an issue. And when he stated yesterday that he identified this as an issue in late 2022, but the company didn't pursue that alternative financing until early 2024.
Okay, we're gonna break for lunch. We will be off the record. Let's come back on at 2:00. please. Um, just a few more questions for the panel, and then I will turn it over to Commissioner Hughes. Mr. Junis, or anyone on the panel, but can you describe for me your understanding of EnviroLink's responsibilities at Carolina Village and Albemarle Environmental's, or the ORC's responsibilities?
Yeah,
Who
so,
is responsible for what?
and I think Mr. Myers hit on this in his testimony, but I appreciate the opportunity. Yes, there is DEQ rules about a certificated or licensed operator. The ORC is ultimately responsible for the operations of the system. The ORC can be reported to and investigated by the certification board, so there is accountability there. Typically, a contract operations company is not subject to those investigations, but it's my understanding from discussions with DEQ staff, including Mr. Brantley, who is the chair of that certification board, that a company, if there are sort of widespread evidence, or if there's evidence that the company was directing the ORCs to take actions that would be considered either unlawful or inconsistent with the DEQ's rules, that the company could come under investigation. And then with regards to EnviroLink's responsibilities, part of their responsibilities are detailed in their agreements. You know, what services are they going to provide? That includes qualified staff. One of our concerns with that agreement was that the parties are not operating consistent with it. For example, the water operator, while the agreement says they should be a class or grade B, the designated person is only a C, so they are not up to the standard that was set in that agreement.
What agreement are you referring to?
That is the utility management agreement. So I am happy to flip to that. I just got to find the right binder. Give me 1 second.
Are you referring to the agreement between Currituck Water and Sewer and EnviroLink?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I know it's Exhibit G to the motion to show cause.
Yes, that's correct.
It's elsewhere in the record, though.
Correct. So that is the agreement that I'm referring to, the utility management service agreement that was dated December 20th, 2021.
Okay, so what I'm trying to understand, though, and I did ask these questions of Mr. Myers, and so I want your help understanding this as well. At Carolina Village, what was Albemarle Environmental supposed to do, and what was EnviroLink supposed to do? Or was it simply that Albemarle Environmental performed all services to operate and maintain the water and wastewater systems, and EnviroLink only oversaw?
So it's my understanding that Albemarle Environmental, and it's actually the individuals, so David Farr and Michelle Farr, were designated the ORC. So there, you actually have to inform DEQ who is the designated ORC, who's the backup ORC, and then those are the people that are held accountable for operations. That's why when we went on the site visit in February, that they were requested to come on site to be able to answer questions. The ORC in that instance was responsible for reporting, you know, being on site, reporting, making sure samples were taken. So they are sort of that frontline worker. Ultimately, though, having been contracted by EnviroLink, I would argue that EnviroLink has responsibility for the performance of their subcontractor.
Okay. The public staff recommended the transfer of the CPCN and the Eagle Creek docket. Is this ringing a bell with you?
Yes,
Okay.
we entered into a settlement agreement and recommended that the transfer be approved.
So, and the commission ultimately approved that transfer, did it not?
Yes,
Okay.
I would say,
Okay. I'm sorry, finish your response.
I would just say, that was not a straightforward case that, we deliberated quite extensively on the approach there. I think our testimony speaks for itself in terms of our concerns, but ultimately we did enter into a settlement.
Okay. Now, in this proceeding, you're recommending that the commission deny the application for the CPCN, even though it's the same utility, Currituck Water and Sewer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your testimony speaks to your position in this docket, but explain more sort of the change in position of the public staff, and that's my characterization.
Yeah, so let's,
Well, let me be clear with my question so that the record is clear. I want you to explain the difference in the differences in position of the public staff from the Eagle Creek docket to this docket. In the Eagle Creek docket, the commission staff recommended the approval of the transfer of the CPCN. In this docket, which also involves Currituck Water and Sewer, the public staff is recommending that the commission deny the application. Help us understand those two positions.
yeah, so I would view it as in Sub-Zero, it was a new company. Currituck was new. They did not own any systems to our knowledge at the time. So there wasn't a track record to rely on, with the exception of, and we pointed to EnviroLink quite extensively and raised concerns, but it was more on the basis of potential of those capabilities, as opposed to now we are evaluating the demonstration of those capabilities because they have owned these systems. They've owned Carolina Village since May of 23. They've owned Eagle Creek now since March of this year. And so we have shifted our position based on that understanding, moving from potential and representations, those promises that were made that are now not being kept. So the representation that even if the loan doesn't work out, we have the equity to move forward. Well, I think it becomes a question of, did you not only have access to those funds? Is there a big bucket of money, but do you have timely access to those funds? So that's one piece. But yeah, the technical, it's a demonstration. The managerial is a demonstration. They want to point to the change, right, in the ownership structure, the who's the president, but we're still seeing a lack of oversight, a lack of accountability, and a lack of performance. So that's why the change in our position over time.
So you mentioned EnviroLink and EnviroLink obviously was involved in the Eagle Creek docket. EnviroLink is involved in this docket. Even though EnviroLink was involved in the Eagle Creek docket, the public staff still recommended that we approve that transfer. Help me understand that.
So another difference between that case and this case is there was the amended consent judgment. So there was a tool for accountability through the environmental regulator and reporting to this commission and the public staff that we felt was an adequate protection. We also recommended, in my understanding, what might still be the highest bond for a new utility, especially on a per customer basis in that case. So we were trying to build in protections to feel comfortable. And like I said, we did settle based on the representations that were made.
Okay. So the public staff had concerns with EnviroLink's performance in the context of the Eagle Creek dock. Do I understand that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, we expressed those.
Okay, I just,
In that case.
okay,
There was a healthy level, I would say, of skepticism. Again, what was their involvement? How long had they been involved at that site? And I think in that case, that system was a little more challenging to deal with. But you'll recall Myers' testimony is, in that case, was hypercritical of our attribution of the system outage to EnviroLink. They were operating it at the time. They were responsible for the response to restore service, and we felt they were unprepared. And so then they brought in the vendors on the vacuum system. There were steps taken, and so that contributed to the settlement. But I don't want to Monday morning quarterback that decision. But I will say the full spectrum of considerations we were thinking about was an emergency operator necessary there? Would have been the most extreme action, and we thought about it. But we decided otherwise, and the case is what it is.
are there any other water, wastewater systems in North Carolina the public staff is aware of where EnviroLink has been involved and the public staff has an opinion of EnviroLink's performance?
Yes, ma'am. Give me just 1 second to turn to my to our testimony. So just starting it on page 101, we discuss EnviroLink's record with just some. It would have been a pretty tall task to go through every single system where they serve as a contract operator. But, I think these are pretty significant cases. Currituck County, where they were contract operator, and the disagreement there in the lawsuit. I find it sort of interesting that they did not address this at all in rebuttal. They are the keepers of the information. They didn't provide an update on that lawsuit. I don't even know if they mentioned it at all. So this seems concerning. The other concerning part is they are talking about taking this plan that Currituck County claims never provided compliant treatment, and they're going to repurpose it and bring it over to Carolina Village. I think that's a significant flaw in this plan, with no representations of why it's going to work at Carolina Village and why it didn't work for Currituck County when EnviroLink was operating it. Just kind of keeping moving. So their involvement in some other cases, you have Briar Chapel. I think you all, well, at least you, Chair, will remember the Briar Chapel case and the potential transfer to a new entity, and the concerns that were raised by that community about the operations of that wastewater treatment plant. Baytree Lakes, they are the contract operator there. Okay, I apologize. Briar Chapel is W-1333. So if we're tying it back to company dockets, Baytree Lakes is W-1080. That is a commission regulated system. Again, there are compliance issues. We are actively investigating that. And then Ocean Hills, which there was some discussion about a recent NOV where they are a contract operator. That is W-1165. Those are in addition to the Eagle Creek and the Gingite Woods examples. And then there was also discussion about just the interplay between Albemarle Environmental and Outer Banks Kinnicky. But, these are just a couple of examples of EnviroLink's involvement at Eagle Creek. And in this case, we have asked, show us evidence, give us documentation where EnviroLink has requested to make improvements and been denied by the owner. We have not seen that evidence. It was a concern we raised in Eagle Creek. It's a concern we've raised in this case, and they have not. So they keep blaming the owner, but they can't show us a paper trail that actually substantiates those claims.
So what is, just succinctly, then what is the public staff's level of confidence in EnviroLink at this point?
I will just say that we do not believe that the company has the technical and managerial capabilities with EnviroLink as its contract manager and operator.
Okay. All right. The last question I want you to address for me, panel. Let's assume the commission were to deny the CPCN. Well, I've got two questions. Let's start with, let's say the commission denies the CPCN. What happens to these customers?
Okay, so we did address this in our testimony very briefly at the very end on page 127, where we said, given the circumstances, Currituck has put themselves in this situation. We don't think that by them buying the system and being the owner and having a responsibility to provide service, that should take away your ability to make an appropriate decision. I have also heard the testimony both yesterday and today that they have represented that they are going to continue to operate the system and provide service to customers. I would say if they were to not, so let's say you deny, I think ultimately if you deny and there is no new evidence that they are attempting to charge or gain compensation for their services, then they are outside the jurisdiction of the commission. At that point, I can't appoint an emergency operator if they were to stop providing service. Now, if they consented and submitted themselves back to the jurisdiction of the commission, I would be happy to try to find a solution for customers, because I take great pride in advocating for the customers. But it's ultimately in their court. They got themselves into this situation. They will be responsible for then taking that next step. If it's transfer, well, number one, if it's continuing to provide service without authority to charge, if it's transfer, or if it's something else, it's ultimately the ball is in their court.
Okay. All right. Second question. What if the commission were to approve the CPCN? What guardrails would the public, would you recommend the commission put in place to ensure that the public interest is served?
So, Chair Mitchell.
And let me ask my question this way. I recognize that my question is inconsistent with the position of record of the public staff. So I understand what the position of the public staff is here. My question is a hypothetical. Let's say we don't accept the recommendation of the public staff and we approve the CPCN. What guardrails need to be put in place?
So first, I just want to repeat our recommendation, and our only recommendation is denial. Based on the evidence. If, hypothetically, and I'm going to play along here, if the commission were to grant them a CPCN, number one, I would think about, should it be a CPCN or should it be potentially temporary operating authority? The reason I say that is that can be conditioned. So you can have under 62-116 conditions and limitations on their authority to operate and charge. It can also be essentially provisional, is my understanding. Now, we have a complication with how the statute has changed, because you have a statutory deadline to make a decision. And ultimately, I understand that decision is to approve or deny. So they may have to waive that. Now we're getting into legalities. I'm not an attorney, but I'm trying to play the game here of this hypothetical. Okay, so with that TOA, I think you can build in a lot of the conditions and have triggers of why, when and why that authority should be revoked. Those conditions should include a tangible path to compliance with real plans, with real deadlines that have consequences if unmet. That would include the water treatment plan. What are you going to do? When are you going to do it? And at what cost? Because I'll remind folks, the partial settlement agreement where we stayed our show cause, company agreed to provide within 1 business day updates if the schedule moved, I think it was more than 7 or 10 days, and if the cost estimate increased by 10%. We've seen no updates on cost estimate, yet they continue to wave around all this money being spent here or there, delays, increase in scope. If scope's increasing, normally that means costs are going up. We have not seen those updates. So with that tangible plan, you got to address the water treatment. You have to address the wastewater treatment plan. This mobile package plant, there needs to be some evidence provided that that thing, some representation that it's going to work. And if it doesn't work, again, should the authority be revoked? They need to get their accounting books and records into compliance. They are a public utility as it stands with Eagle Creek since March. They've admitted that. This concept that we're in a period of transition, the transition should have came, I could argue, back to when we settled in June. You could say when the commission issued the order in September of 22, to the point when you actually close. Why is the transition happening after you closed and have a certificate and became a public utility? Their books and records have to get cleaned up. Ms. Fiesel could go on for hours, I think, if you open up that can of worms. They need to provide these corrected general ledgers. They said that they were going to respond fully and timely to data requests as part of that partial settlement. Yet, we still have an outstanding question. You represented the general ledgers are corrected, but you haven't provided them even though we asked for them. You then have the question of bond. I haven't gone through the whole analysis of all the factors that should be contributed, but I think you are talking about a very, very large bond to match in magnitude the level of investment that is going to be necessary to get the system in compliance. Because if they don't put up, if they don't follow through on their promises, then I think the commission should have the authority to forfeit the bond and then have someone else use those funds to fix this system. They've had every opportunity to fix this system. Those are the highlights, just kind of off the top of my head as you give me this hypothetical. One other thing that jumps off is access to capital. So if they're laying out this plan, they also need to show that they have real access to liquid capital that can be invested in this system. That's the highlights. I'm going to let Greg or Lynn add to that.
Let me make a summary from the accounting perspective. I cannot speak in place of Chuck or Greg, but from my side, the company needs to have a qualified accounting staff who is fairly knowledge with the basic accounting at least, and also familiar with the uniform system of accounts, because those are required as a public utility. And they were since March 27. And our concern from the accounting here is that it does not appear that company has a qualified accounting staff, because during my process of this is just a courtesy review, right? It's not a thorough audit, but just through that, it appears that I found a lot of errors and inconsistencies in the company's accounting books. And those raise my concerns because those are the basic things for company. Because we need to, if we're talking about the company wants to set a rate, for example, we need to review their book and start from there. But if the book is not accurate, then we cannot rely on that to go further beyond that. And that is one point. And then as a public utility, company has to be familiar with the uniform system of account, which we appreciated. The company provided us their chart of accounts. However, I did a broad review, but it seems to be it still contains some errors. And those other information could be obtained online. It's like a public record. And it would not be, I do not expect that it will be a challenge for the company to make the book right, to book the items to the correct account, because the guideline is public available. So that's just a starting point. And I believe it's premature for me to say, okay, yeah, as long as you get a good qualified accounting staff, you're fine to go, because I still have not seen anything. If that happened, if the company hired accounting staff, but I did not see the work, so I cannot really say yes. As long as you hire somebody who know the basic accounting, then you're good to go. And that is my concern.
I think what Mr. Julian says with the access to capital is and liquid capital is important. I know we've had some concerns about the managerial decisions. I'm not quite sure how that would be made into a condition at the moment. That was my only other thought. And in addition to that access to capital having a low cost and the cost of that capital.
So just circling back, because I had another idea as I was listening. So yes, Mr. Rieger hit on low cost capital. I think applying for SRF funds on the water side would be prudent. I think it's actually disappointing that a system that they've owned since May of 2023 and were aware of all these problems, that they didn't apply in the fall of 23, they didn't apply in the spring of 24, and they didn't apply in the fall of 24. That I think is a mark against management and seeking access to capital. The other item that I was going to add is staffing. Going off of what Ms. Fiesel said, I think at this point you are dealing with potentially an overhaul of staff. If we were looking at trying to settle this out, now this is, you've talked about a commission order that would be granting this certificate. I think an overhaul on the decision makers is going to be necessary. The track record has been demonstrated here that these folks are they're not making good decisions, or they're hiding information or not being transparent. So a new contract operator or management company seems to make sense to me. But can you order that? That's going to be a question for you all, or a question for proposed orders.
Okay. I said I only had 2 questions, but I have one more, and this is it, and then I'll turn it over. Mr. Junis, what can you tell me about how CWSNC or Aqua North Carolina staff their systems? Is there a one ORC that works at multiple systems?
So yes, some of our other companies that have multiple systems, it is legal to have an ORC that covers multiple systems. Now, part of what Aqua has done,
We don't have to, we don't have to get into exceptions, regulatory exceptions.
okay, because I think you're aware of the telemetry piece and site visits, because it was discussed yesterday about the 50-mile. There are exemptions to that on the water side. On the wastewater side, it's you have to meet the required visitations based on the type of treatment system.
Mhm.
And also you have to visit it as much as possible to be compliant.
And what does that mean, as much as possible?
I'm sorry, as much as necessary to be compliant. So the excuse cannot be, well, my person just can't be there frequent enough to properly operate the system. No, you have to go out as frequently as possible. As you heard Mr. Myers at Eagle Creek, they've got 24/7, 365 right now at Eagle Creek because of some of the challenges there. Sometimes that's what's necessary to do the job.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Hughes.
One question.
That's a little complicated. We have a lot of systems that have been in front of us and across the state that existing rates are not generating nearly the revenue that I think is agreed to provide sustainable service. The capital, the equipment is inferior, outdated, and then all sorts of managerial problems. In a setting like that, we've talked a little bit about the process and the timeline that we've had in this case. But if I was coming into your offices, or somebody else was coming into your offices, how would you advise to write that situation specifically? I think there would need to be an acquisition, a purchase. There would need to be significant investment made. There would need, I think, a CPCN granted, and then there would need to be rates that mathematically would probably have to be much, much higher than existing rates. What's the ideal scenario for you to do each of those four things? And I know there's some flexibility there, but what's the ideal scenario for you?
So I'm just going to ask a clarifying question to make sure I understand the question. This is a hypothetical of, we have a commission regulated system that is struggling through this, that you're saying they're
It's not a commission regulated
not
system.
commission regulated. Okay.
Yeah, we have a lot of systems in North Carolina that need help,
Yep.
and then some of them will fall under our jurisdiction eventually, some of them won't.
So with that, all right, it's not commission regulated. All right, so likely you are going to do some level of due diligence if you're the utility, and if I were advising you, what do you need to do? Due diligence. Understand what you're getting into. What are the problems with the infrastructure? At least just a big picture plan of what needs fixed, what would be the potential cost of that. I think you're going to do that as you're working through the APA process to enter into an agreement, because I don't think you want to get into an agreement before you have some semblance of the challenges there. After that, you would almost immediately file that agreement and hopefully a completed CPCN application. Keep this thing moving. Ideally, that application would be complete, so then we don't have to exhaust resources of going round and round to get to a complete application. As part of the new statute, we have pre-app meetings. So, the applicant can come to us and make that what they want it to be. We are willing to answer questions. We are willing to look at even a drafted application. You're going to then go through the process. There's going to be investigation. transparency is going to be very important. Part of this is trust, right? That's where a new company has to establish.
I don't mean to cut you off, but
Okay,
some of the
no,
color on
no.
the side. No, I just really want the steps, you know.
Yeah, okay.
But I agree.
So-
No, seriously.
So APA, CPCN application, you're then going to go through the notice process, discovery, testimony, and then ultimately a recommendation. But you need to show you have that managerial, that technical, and those financial capabilities. So that is going to be, as Mr. Rieger referenced, access to capital. As Ms. Fiesel referenced, the technical capabilities on the accounting side, the technical capabilities on the engineering and operations side. Make that showing. And ideally, you get that CPCN before you close and acquire the system. An example of this is actually in W-354 sub 346, which was filed during Mr. Klein's time as president of Carolina Water. And he did not recall yesterday, but I'll just put it out there. So that application was filed on September 9th of 2015. There was an order requiring customer notice. There was a certificate of service, and ultimately there was an order granting that franchise, and that contract was contingent on them having the certificates and providing the certificates to the seller before they would set a closing date. So that is the process that makes sense.
Excuse me, just so I understand that. So if they don't own it, then the certificate would go to the seller and
No,
then it was closed? Or?
The certificate is granted to be effective usually upon closing.
Okay.
And so then there's a notification process in the order about notifying the commission that closing happened.
So it's only to the buyer. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Well, the part that's missing through that is then the rate adjustment. So there'll be some rates in the CPCN. So what if?
So establishment of rates is part of a CPCN. That's where I think there was some confusion. If you don't have uniform rates and are applying to have those uniform rates established for this new certificate, there's an evaluation, because sometimes we get into standalone. You're aware of that in transfers. We have to essentially do a mini rate case to establish the cost of service and the capital investment, such as the purchase price. We establish rate base as part of a CPCN, and that would justify rates. I think we've seen, I guess that was a transfer. I'm trying to think of a CPCN where we establish rates off the top of my head. Sorry, I'm talking while I'm thinking out loud. I can't think of one, but Chota was an example of a transfer where we actually recommended a lower rate. That was a Carolina Water case, because we felt that because it's a different system, it's a different cost of service, that it was appropriate, and the commission agreed with that recommendation. So
just to get clarification, if this system that we're talking about needed $1 million of investment, when does that come in? After the CPCN?
So typically, if it requires investment, that would be a subsequent rate case where those assets are used and useful. The investment has been made.
Okay, so you would, in a situation, the CPCN would be established with the rates for the unperforming system. So it'd be very low rates. And then you would come back after you made the $1 million investment for another rate case. Is that's the ideal?
Yes. Now, you say ideal. That's how this process works. That's how I would characterize it. Now, what you can do is timing. So let's say you get your CPCN, you have a plan, right? You close and you hit the ground running. All right, depending on how long you think it's going to take to finish that project, you could file a rate case and time an update, ideally an update before the public staff has a testimony deadline. So we can audit, review, and make a recommendation regarding cost recovery of that investment to try to shrink down on the regulatory lag. Because I understand your concern. I have to put up $1 million to fix this thing up. I need that money back in rates. So that's sort of the timely way to do that.
So what would be the quickest that could come after the CPCN?
Well, I mean,
Realistically, like you'd have to make the project investments, become used and useful, and then it would come back to it.
but remember, you can file a rate case with estimates anticipating an update. So if your planned investment was going to take 9 months to finish, arguably you could immediately file a rate case, maybe grant a waiver here or there to make the timeline work. But you have to have that done before the close of hearing or that update's not going to come in. But ideally, get it done before we have a testimony deadline, because otherwise it's just functionally a bit challenging.
Okay, so in this situation, we're not looking at this calendar of activities. The investments are going in prior to some of the investments are going in prior to the CPCN being granted.
And to my knowledge, the company has not submitted any sort of update or request update to recover those costs. You know, they have requested the Eagle Creek rates on the wastewater side with some modification for mobile home versus residential home. And then they have, according to their testimony, designed a water rate based on the cost of service. But again, we did not do that full audit because our recommendation is they didn't meet that threshold issue of having the managerial, technical, and financial capabilities.
So if you were recommending that the CPCN was granted, then you also would have provided a lot more testimony about the rates, and we would have talked a lot more about the rates.
Correct.
Okay. I think I got it. Thank you.
Mr. Junis, Mr. Klein yesterday was saying that he had been writing, or Currituck had been writing checks to EnviroLink from $50,000 to $100,000 a month. And we got a stack of invoices that when we came back from lunch. Have you seen this as well?
So I saw the stack that was waiting for us after lunch. I have not reviewed these in detail, and I have not seen these. I personally have not seen these before.
Okay, well, then it's probably premature to say if you think these numbers make sense. I mean, my initial thought was 50 to 100 might be a little high, but
initial reactions, just off the cuff, that amount when I first heard it sounded very high. But they are supporting the capital projects. Part of our other concern here is, are these invoices consistent with the agreement? And then the other problem is we have concerns even with the agreement as it's currently written. You'll recall in Sub-Zero, they agreed as part of settlement to file that agreement for commission approval. If now they are suggesting that commission approval is not appropriate, if they are suggesting that they are walking back their settlement, we potentially have a much larger problem, because that was a key term of settlement for us in Sub-Zero. I've been the director of this division since January 1 of 22. I was involved in those settlement negotiations. That was a key piece to that settlement. So commission approval of the agreement and the terms being reasonable is very important to the public staff.
thank you.
All right, we will take questions on commissioners' questions, and we'll start with you, Mr. Finley.
Mr. Junis, you mentioned, we've mentioned all sorts of dockets, all sorts of companies, all sorts of situations, and you've given the commission here your view about how regulation of water and sewer companies should be accomplished in this state. And you're employed by who?
The public staff.
And I think you also said that the public staff does not try to usurp management decisions. Did I hear you say that correctly?
That's correct.
All right, let's talk a little bit then about Eagle Creek. You told us the concerns that you had about giving the Currituck Water and Sewer Company the certificate of public convenience and necessity for Eagle Creek. Did you not?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yes, sir. You talked about in your testimony the concerns that the public staff had about Currituck Water and Sewer receiving the certificate of public convenience and necessity to serve in Eagle Creek.
Yes, I did scratch that issue.
Okay, scratch. All right. And you mentioned the amended consent judgment that gave you some made you feel better.
It was some assurance, yes.
And the bond, you mentioned the bond.
Yes, sir.
But now, Eagle Creek was not an initial certificate of public convenience and necessity. It was the transfer of one from the Sandler Company to Currituck Water and Sewer, was it not?
That's correct. However, it was the initial application and initial certificate for Currituck.
Right. So the point is that there had been a history of service and rates for the Eagle Creek system that had been provided by Sandler and that had been the operator of that contract operator had been in Barrel Lake at that time, correct?
That's correct.
And you had DEQ's input as to what they had done as far as regulation of the Eagle Creek system.
Correct.
And that was a vacuum system.
I'm sorry. Yes, it's a vacuum collection system.
All right. You didn't recommend an emergency operator at that time.
We did not, but like I said, one of our considerations was the possibility of an emergency operator.
All right. And how long has that system been in operation under Currituck Water and Sewer?
So technically, they closed, my understanding was March 27th of 2024.
Yeah, all right. And they've, and EnviroLink has made improvements there, have they not?
Correct. And I think those improvements were actually acknowledged by Mr. May when he and I spoke after you all's rebuttal testimony. That there was, I think, some confusion possibly by the company, his words, not mine, that there had been improvements at Eagle Creek, that there was progress, that he was more impressed there than what was represented in company testimony regarding Mr. May's impression at Carolina Village.
But so the point is that there is operating experience on behalf of Currituck Water and Sewer with respect to a public utility in North Carolina. That the service area is Eagle Creek. Now, what is the public staff's assessment of what has been happening at Eagle Creek now that you have some experience there to observe?
So that is a complicated question, Mr. Finley, because we had that was sort of a continuing storyline, right? Because we kept hearing, it's going to close. It's going to close. It could close tomorrow. I mean, I have notes going back to November that said, oh yeah, this thing's going to close next week. And
My question,
and I'm getting there. I just want to set the context here that, you know, there continued to be delays, but EnviroLink was operating it, right? And Sandler continued to make investment, right? Because that was even addressed by an additional commission order in that case. Have there been improvements? Yes. Are there still improvements to be made? Is there yet again this is the plan and then changes to that plan and a lack of execution? Does there continue to be compliance issues? There are. So I would say that, yes, there is a track record But you also have, it's shorter at Eagle Creek than it is here. And also some of those improvements were already made by the seller. So it's a different analysis.
It is a different analysis, and the improvements were made by EnviroLink, were they not, on behalf of Sandler?
Can you please explain what you mean by were done by EnviroLink on behalf
No,
of
I'm
them?
asking you a simple question. Who did the work to make the improvements at Eagle Creek? If you know, if you don't know, just say you don't know.
Well, I mean, ELJ is the general contractor there, so they're making improvements. Yes, EnviroLink is involved, but I still think there's a question of the operations. I mean, and the decision making.
Or do you want to ask that there be an emergency operator appointed for Eagle Creek then?
Today? No.
Yeah. But with respect to Carolina Village, that's not a transfer, is it?
No, it's a CPCN.
All right. So let me ask you about the complaints that you addressed a little while ago, earlier today. Some customers, some in-use people, if I understood you correctly, in Carolina Village came to the public staff and complained, and you encouraged them to file a complaint. Did I understand that correctly?
No, I said that they had service issues. We suggested that they file a consumer statement to memorialize those concerns. Otherwise, there will not be a public hearing.
Okay. What were their concerns? What were their complaints?
And I think I answered this to the chair's question, but there were service concerns regarding the condition of the system outside of their homes. And I believe one customer had a backup in their home, and they were also concerned about ultimately the rates they would have to pay.
All right. Do you have the name? Do you have an address for these customers?
Mr. Finley, I addressed this both in my testimony in response to the chair. You are aware of the concerns. Our counsel advised you of those concerns at the time. I have their names, but I am not disclosing their names.
All right. Who are they going to file a formal complaint with?
Again, Mr. Finley, I did not say a formal complaint. I said a consumer statement because that is the normal way to communicate during a proceeding that has had customer notice. Customer notice says file a letter or file a consumer statement through the commission's website, and that is what we advised.
And if the commission follows your recommendation in this case, which is to just deny the requested CPCN, what's going to be, if they had hypothetically filed that statement of concern, what would have happened to it?
I'm sorry, I'm not the timeline here. So you're asking if the customers had filed the consumer statement in time, there would have been a public hearing. Now, I don't know who would have attended that. I don't know what they would have said. I presume if you were going to file a consumer statement with the understanding that that would prompt a public hearing, that you would attend the public hearing and testify.
But if the commission denies the CPCN, what avenue is available for people at Carolina Village to come to this commission and complain and express their views about rates, service, anything?
Well, regarding rates, I don't think there's any authority to charge rates if the commission denies it. And so that shouldn't be a complaint. If there was a complaint regarding rates being charged, then I think we're right back to a potential show cause hearing to establish that the company is acting as a public utility, and we'd have to go right back around and round. Regarding service, I would advise those customers to contact DEQ to express those concerns.
Okay. But does the public staff maintain that it has responsibility to look after the complaints of customers in a water or sewer system that is not regulated by the commission?
So if we get a complaint from a system that is not currently have a certificate, not docketed. We would investigate that. Because if the circumstances are that we believe they're acting as a public utility, we will typically now send a cease and desist letter that advises that we believe they're acting as a public utility and asking additional clarifying questions and giving that entity an opportunity to explain themselves.
Now, is it the public staff's concern, again, back with Eagle Creek, which is now owned and operated by Currituck Water and Sewer, that they have been remiss in not replacing that vacuum system with a gravity system?
Can you repeat that question one more time?
Is it the public staff's opinion, now that Currituck Water and Sewer owns Eagle Creek, that that company has been remiss in not completely replacing the vacuum system with a gravity system?
So I think not replacing the vacuum system with the gravity system is inconsistent with the settlement and is an issue that is going to have to be addressed at some point. Otherwise, according to the settlement, the company can't file a rate case.
Well, are you finished?
No, I wasn't actually. We're still looking at the plan that's been developed regarding the collection system and the treatment plant at Eagle Creek. Ultimately, how this normally works is the company takes actions. They do what they feel is appropriate. And then when they come for cost recovery, we evaluate the reasonableness and prudency of those decisions and that investment. And so I'm not going to make a conclusory statement regarding not replacing that collection system or not.
Are you aware that there were town hall meetings with customers at Eagle Creek, and that by and large, the result of that town hall meeting was that the customer says, we don't want to convert to a gravity system. We want to keep this vacuum system at least in part in place?
Yes, sir. And I mean, we were aware of that leading up to that case. That was our test. We raised concerns about a gravity system in an existing community. There are real construction and engineering issues when trying to do that. And we expressed those concerns, and Mr. Myers knew better. He pushed hard, bullheadedly with the gravity plan. We were the ones that threw out the option of low pressure systems, so force mains, because I've worked on projects in my career of low pressure systems with grinder pumps as a retrofit in a existing community. And we advised them to evaluate that option. We never shut the door on the options because ultimately it's up to the company, but we are going to scrutinize the reasonableness and prudency of the decision and the cost.
When they come in to ask recovery of those costs?
Correct, but we're going to continue to monitor it. And ultimately, if we have to modify our settlement, we're going to want to feel comfortable with the plan.
All right. So if I understand your testimony correctly, at this point in time, you're monitoring, you're listening, you're watching, but you have no opinion as to whether what they're doing is prudent and reasonable.
Not at this time in the sub 5 docket that is focused on Carolina Village. I was not prepared to come in here and talk about the Eagle Creek plan.
Well, you're the one who brought it up, not me. But that is where the experience is, Currituck Water and Sewer, and a water and sewer system in Currituck County.
Yeah,
right?
my point was that they are not following the plan they set out. And that's another example of a promise made and unkept.
So it's your opinion that the experience that Currituck Water and Sewer has with respect to Eagle Creek is one that the commission should take into account in denying the CPCN. Is that right?
Currituck as a company, their record speaks to their managerial, financial, and technical capabilities, either the lack of or the existence of.
But that's the only experience they have as a public utility in North Carolina right today is with respect to Eagle Creek. That's all you can really look at, isn't it?
No, because they have owned Carolina Village since May of 2023.
But that's completely beyond your jurisdiction and the commission's jurisdiction.
That is relevant because that's why we filed the motion to show cause, because the company in some form or fashion was getting compensation or seeking compensation. And so that's why we filed the show cause.
But not compensation from the end-use customers, right?
Again, we are saying compensation. It doesn't have to be from the end use, is my understanding.
You and I have had that discussion before, Mr. Junis. And I think one of the things you did say a minute ago was that you're not a lawyer.
I am not a lawyer. That is correct. I would provide sworn testimony that I'm not a lawyer.
Right. And then the ultimate result, as the chair has asked you, if the commission accepts your recommendation, there will be no CPCN, Currituck Water and Sewer with respect to Carolina Village. And then the customers are on their own and, right?
I wouldn't characterize it as they're on their own. DEQ still exists. DEQ is the primary environmental regulator in the state and has jurisdiction over that system and has issued notices of violation, notices of deficiency, and continue to regulate that system. In September, they sent a civil penalty. So they are still there to protect those customers. And ultimately, regarding rates, if the company tries to charge for rates, the commission's still here, the public staff is still here. There is still accountability.
That's an if with respect to rates, and the DEQ who looks at the environmental issues is not the public staff.
Correct. Public staff is not DEQ and DEQ is not the public staff. And that's why it was appropriate to coordinate with DEQ, to talk to Mr. May, and get his perspective about his site visits, DEQ's assessments of compliance. And it is that why we went to them and got their words, not put words in their mouth.
All right, let me see some of these questions I've got here. So, Mr. Junis, when did the public staff first visit Carolina Village?
Public staff or me?
When did the public staff first visit, and then when did you first visit?
To my knowledge, I first visited on February 21st, 2024. And the public staff, I'm not sure if under the old North State application, if the public staff visited Carolina Village. I don't know.
Right. Ms. Fiesel, do you have any idea what the various charges in the bank statements were for that you saw?
Well, I can only see there are a lot of transfers to EnviroLink and some transfer from EnviroLink to Currituck. I can see the money transferring going back forwards, but I cannot determine the nature of the expenses, just the amount.
Did the public staff ever ask for invoices from EnviroLink to Currituck?
Yeah, we have. I did, but I did not audit those invoices. It's not a fully audit for me.
Ms. Fiesel, you raised concerns about getting current general ledgers, but you state that the general ledgers weren't clarifying what the charges were for. How are more general ledgers going to answer your questions?
Could you clarify your question? I understand you asked for general ledgers. And then could you repeat that, please?
Yes, you raised concerns about getting current general ledgers.
Yes.
But you state that the general ledgers weren't clarifying what the charges were for.
No, I did not state the general ledgers were correct. I said bank statement. I said bank statement, I can only see the amount go to EnviroLink and transfer from EnviroLink. But I did not say general ledger does not show that.
Well, how are more general ledgers going to answer your questions?
Regarding my questions of whether the general ledger is inaccurate or whether, how do I determine the nature of the expenses? Could you clarify which one do you want?
I'm going to move on, Ms. Faisal. If you ask questions in the Eagle Creek docket about Eagle Creek, how could that educate you with respect to Carolina Village? I'm asking Ms. Faisal. Thank you.
So I contributed to those DRs. My staff contributed to those DRs. So I think it's appropriate that we also respond as a panel because we filed our testimony as a panel. We asked questions in Sub-Zero about the agreement, because that's where it was filed. And that relates to this case because the company is operating under that agreement and has represented that they're being compensated under that agreement. But Ms. Feasel, if you have anything to add.
No.
All right. Has the public staff supported DEQ's efforts to modify and improve the certificated operator challenges impacting Currituck County and OBX?
Can you repeat that question?
Yes, sir. Has the public staff supported DEQ's efforts to modify and improve the certificated operator challenges impacting Currituck County and OBX?
Can you restate the question? I'm not sure I understand the question.
It's the same thing. Has the public staff supported DEQ's efforts to modify and improve the certified operator challenges impacting Currituck County and OBX? And if not, why not?
Okay. I don't think that's Currituck County. I mean, that's very narrow. I mean, we are always looking for solutions to problems. If DEQ comes to us and says, hey, we're noticing compliance issues here, or staffing issues, if it's a regulated utility or if it's an entity that should be a regulated utility, we're going to involve ourselves and we're going to push for solutions.
Did you do that here?
So, I mean, we communicated our concerns about the operations at this system, at Eagle Creek. Like, we communicate regularly with the Washington Regional Office that has jurisdiction over Currituck County.
Has CWS been obligated to tell the public staff that Albemarle Environmental worked as the OCR at the unregulated facility in Eagle Creek?
Please repeat, sorry.
Has public staff, has Currituck Water and Sewer had an obligation to tell the public staff that Albemarle Environmental worked as the ORC at the unregulated facility at Eagle Creek?
So, I mean, you all came to us to discuss this system. We had the complaint. It's a complicated history here, but I think for the sake of transparency, and as a showing of MFT, you would want to disclose who is operating your system.
What was it obligated to tell you about it?
Obligated. So if it was, for example, this docket, if we requested to know who the contract operator was or the ORC, then I think you would, but also, you know, it was disclosed to us in our communications with DEQ when you all replaced Albemarle Environmental. And we had concerns because the representations were that agreement or that relationship was being terminated at the end of August, yet they continued to be the ORC of record into September. I think our testimony is actually September 13th that those notices were being provided. So we can get that information one way or another, but I think for a good working relationship, it would be advisable. And if we request it, I think you are obligated.
Requested in the context of filing for a request for a CPCN.
Yes, sir. Or in a pending show cause, I think we have discovery powers there too.
All right, how can the commission issue a show cause order to a company that's not regulated by it?
If you don't want to respond to discovery in a show cause, then that's up to you. And then it would be up to the commission of whether it has the authority to enforce that. But again, I've testified today, I'm not an attorney.
Mr. Junis, you and the public staff seem to be very concerned about interest rates. Did you or the public staff ever tell Currituck Water and Sewer not to pursue the USDA loan, or that at some point they should stop pursuing that?
I think Mr. Rieger is prepared to address that.
So the public staff does not take the place of management, and we don't have the responsibility to monitor interest rates. I joined the public staff in mid-December 2023. So Mr. Junis has more history about the relationship with Currituck Water and Sewer and public staff.
However, I think it's the testimony of Mr. Klein that based on the meeting with the public staff and our concerns about the interest rate, that then with that confirmation, he moved to discontinue pursuit of that loan and to seek an equity infusion.
Yeah, but that wasn't the initiation of Mr. Klein and CWS, as opposed to the public staff reaching out and initiating that conversation to begin with.
Correct. And I think the company would take great concern if we were monitoring that level and injecting ourselves into their decisions at the level that you're suggesting.
CWS did not close on Eagle Creek without the funds, isn't that correct?
You said CWS closed without the funds. I think that was.
CWS did not close on Eagle Creek without the funds. Is that correct?
So I think that ties to the chair's question about the date of when were the funds received and when was the closing and payment made. Greg, do you have anything to add on that?
I think you answered that. Chair's question.
All right, everybody speak up, speak into mics. You too, Mr. Finley. So court reporter can hear you. I can tell that she's struggling and I'm struggling and I need to hear. So everybody speak up. We're going to take a break in just a minute, so y'all will have time to recover, but speak up for now.
So
Well, let me rephrase it. While you're talking there, isn't it correct that in March of 2024, there was a closing on Eagle Creek at the time that there were funds available to fund that acquisition?
Yes.
Mr. Mr. Rucker, in 2022 or 2023, did you know that the prime rate would not continue to increase to 12% or 15% or 18%?
So, I did not start with the public staff until mid-December of 2023. So I did not have a crystal ball at that time to know where the rates would go.
Did you talk to the other folks in the public staff that you replaced before you started work?
Sorry, can you restate your question?
Yes, when you started to work with the public staff, did you talk to the people that you replaced with respect to issues such as this that we got with Currituck Water and Sewer? You might not have, I'm just asking.
I think my first meeting with Currituck Water and Sewer was in January of 2024.
Were you perhaps following interest rates? I don't know what you did before you came here. I'm really asking Mr. Ricker some questions, Mr. Junis. Is that the type of thing that you followed before you came to the public staff?
Objection. Is Mr. Rieger's professional experience prior to coming to the public staff relevant for things that happened before he arrived at the public staff?
Well, yes, he's an expert witness, and we're asking. He's an expert because of his expertise, and we're asking him what he followed before we got here.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection, but I'm just going to remind we're on questions on commissioner questions. So just stick to those questions as best you can.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
No, I'm going to move on. Let's see. Mr. Junis, you are a well-respected regulator of water and sewer companies. Have you ever?
Well, thank you, Mr. Finley.
You're welcome. Have you ever led a water or sewer utility?
Have I ever led a water or sewer utility?
Mhm.
No, sir.
Have you ever worked with DEQ?
I've never worked for DEQ, but I've worked with DEQ.
Have you ever led the design, permitting, and construction of a wastewater treatment plant?
I have never led the design or construction of a wastewater treatment plant. I have contributed to that in my experience for a consulting firm called Farnsworth Group.
Okay. What about managing a customer service center? Have you ever done that?
No, sir.
All right. How about billing and collection department? Have you ever managed that?
No, sir.
Have you ever managed a capital improvement project or one of the departments in charge of that?
I've not managed, again, I contributed to construction observation of a major capital project, review of invoicing, pay items associated with large capital projects.
If you shared your concerns with respect to Albemarle Environmental with Mr. Klein,
Yes, sir.
when was that?
Oh. I mean, definitely after the February site visit. The exact date, I mean, I can run through my notes, but I don't recall the exact date that I first expressed that concern to Mr. Klein.
You got a general idea as to when it was?
Probably would have been either February or March if I had to guess. I mean, it's, yeah, I think in that realm.
All right. You described a number of so-called maintenance or other challenges at Carolina Village, correct?
I just, one more time, just sorry. I want to make sure what I'm agreeing to.
You describe a number of so-called maintenance or other challenges at Carolina Village, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a record and provide the regulatory citation supporting each maintenance or other issue you raised?
So, I mean, we referenced a number of deficiencies in our motion to show cause that Mr. Franklin and I contributed significantly to. We also reviewed the documentation provided by DEQ.
Okay, are they actually violations or your opinion of deficiencies that need to be corrected?
So some of the issues we identified are in fact violations that were also identified by DEQ. And then other items are not explicitly violations. More of the nature of good housekeeping and maintenance.
Is it not correct, Mr. Junis, that part of the May settlement was for the parties to have discussions about questions or concerns the public staff had regarding Carolina Village?
Yes. So, I mean, it lays out monthly status reports. We met with Mr. Myers and Mr. Klein basically like weekly or bi-weekly, every other week, there for a couple of months to supplement our understanding from those monthly status reports. And then we did participate in settlement negotiations.
And how recently have you had conversations with CWS?
Well, okay, so most recently would have been on October 22nd, I believe.
CWS provides monthly updates on customer service calls, right?
That is one of the items in the monthly status report.
And you have not raised any questions with CWS regarding complaints or lack thereof in the monthly reports, is that correct?
So we did ask in discovery about work orders. Essentially, that would tie both to customer complaints, but also feedback from the operator of things that they're requesting. We were supplied a response. Unfortunately, it was in PDF format, and there wasn't a real good way to convert it. And it was late in the process, and we were essentially out of time for discovery. But we were trying to gain a better understanding of exactly the customer complaints that were being received and the process of feedback from the operator.
All right, but you didn't pick up the telephone and call Mr. Klein or Mr. Meyer about customer complaints?
No. I mean, that issue was discussed, I believe, in a couple of these meetings that were between the status report.
Are you aware of any other instances where anyone at Carolina Village had an issue contacting EnviroLink other than the one instance you personally experienced and discussed early, Mr. Junis?
So there have not been additional reports to me of the struggle, but the absence doesn't mean that people didn't struggle, because again, if the number at the lift stations didn't go anywhere, or at least not anybody associated with Envirolink or Currituck, then there wouldn't be a record of it.
Now, for companies such as Envirolink, which for the most part are operators of system as opposed to investors, is it your experience that the operators normally invest capital in systems that need capital improvements?
So there have been instances where an operator has made investment in the system partially for their own sort of accountability, even if an owner was unwilling. You know, that ORC is the one whose license is at risk. So I have heard of instances where that has happened. It's not normal, though.
Could you list some examples of that?
Trying to recall. I can't remember the exact case, but I do recall the conversation with the operator.
The one example.
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you define maintenance as opposed to capital improvements?
So typically a capital improvement extends the life of the asset, while maintenance may be more of a repair item, is how I would just generally categorize those two things.
Can an operator perform electric work without a license?
No. Actually, not to my knowledge.
What is the average time for the construction for a wastewater treatment plant in North Carolina? Average.
Well, number one, I have no data set to calculate an average, and it also depends very heavily on the type of wastewater treatment plant, the size. When I say type, that could include the construction material, the size, the treatment type. I personally worked on a wastewater treatment plant in Illinois that had concrete clarifiers, concrete tankage that was quite extensive, walls of structures that were over 20 feet tall that, took months, if not a couple of years in all total. But then you have examples where it might be a steel package plant that it's more a matter of bringing it on site, plumbing, electrical, that could be a much abbreviated timeline. So it really depends.
Can I inquire as when the chair might have afternoon break? We might be able to look at these questions and pare them down a bit.
Yes, well, why don't we do this? Let's take a break now. And we'll take about 10 minutes. We'll be back on the record at about 3:40.
Thanks.
All right. Mr. Finley, we are still with you.
Hope you can hear me.
Better.
Good. Mr. Junis, with respect to your complaints about the amount of work that's been done with Carolina Village, are you aware that CWS through EnviroLink has rebuilt the lift stations
There has been significant work at the lift stations. I will acknowledge that.
and purchased and replaced blowers
Yes, sir. I'm aware of that.
and purchased and replaced filters?
I don't know if it was necessarily purchased and replaced filters. It's my understanding the representation was made that the media had been cleaned. That's my understanding. Do you have a date on that when that was represented?
I do not. And that it purchased and replaced booster pumps.
So it is my understanding that the booster pumps were wired and I think one was added.
Can you please identify to whom each NOV you referred to was issued with respect to Carolina Village?
Sorry. Are you talking about the confusion of the NOD on the water side? Because it's my understanding you have to inform DEQ that a transfer has happened, and I think there was some disagreement over the documentation, and then to actually sort of transfer that accountability and that was on the water NOD, but I'm happy to pull out the NOVs and read them off. Here, I have them actually right here. Let's just do that. So the notice of violation on March 1st was to Michael Myers, Currituck Water and Sewer LLC. And that was on the wastewater treatment system. And then on the collection system, same thing. Michael Myers, Currituck Water and Sewer LLC, 4700. This is Hornwood Court, Suite 108, Raleigh, North Carolina.
All right. What about to the other companies for which EnviroLink operates? Do you know who the NOVs were addressed to for those? Or the EnviroLink or to the owner of the system?
So the permittee is normally the owner. The violation is not issued to the contract operator. And that's actually, you know, I've discussed this regulatory construct with DEQ multiple times, that how do you hold contract operators accountable, and especially the companies? And it seems to be a regulatory gap because you have the ORC as an individual that, you know, may not be getting the support from the company that they work for and are put into a precarious situation. And then you have the owner who is relying on the contract operator in many instances with the expectation of that, hey, they're doing the job, they're going to do their job and provide compliant service. So yeah, it's a little odd there.
All right. You had some discussions with Chair Mitchell about some hypothetical solutions to which you disagree. You want
I was just going to finish my answer.
Go ahead.
The NOD that was issued on April 2nd was, as I said, was addressed to Carolina Village MHP LP, COV Corp Services LLC. And then I think there was some discussion over the confusion and an issue about notice to DEQ that they owned the water system. Sorry, I just want to make sure that that was complete.
You had some discussions with Chair Mitchell about some proposed hypothetical solutions to the extent that the commission did not completely deny the request for the CPCN, temporary operating authority, things like that. Would it be advisable, in your opinion, for the public staff to discuss that with Mr. Klein, or you think that should be out of the picture until the commission rules?
Are you suggesting the possible settlement discussions between now and a commission order?
Well, that'd be one opportunity.
I mean,
Have you, finish your answer.
that's a possibility. we never say no to listening. Again, we are solutions oriented to a degree. I mean, there has to be some limitation.
Right, you made some references to some other systems. Gengite Woods was one, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Baytree Lakes
Yes, sir.
and Kennebec Shores, right?
Yes, sir.
With respect to Gengite Woods, that's the one where the actual owner of the system disappeared and went into parts unknown, isn't that right?
Yes, and EnviroLink's involvement, which is addressed in the testimony, they appeared to take over as emergency operator without commission authority, and were charging customers.
And I believe EnviroLink believes they stepped into the shoes of somebody else, EnviroTech.
And EnviroLink did not notice the commission nor the public staff about that switch.
And neither did EnviroTech tell the commission what it had done, right?
Correct.
And that's the case where the owner of that system, which had bought it and was making improvements and charging the rates, came in and say, hey, we need to get all this straightened out, right?
Correct.
All right. And with respect to Baytree Lakes, with respect to the owner of that system, that's a little bit unclear. The Redbird owns it, but somebody else holds the permit. Isn't that correct?
It is a complicated situation. I acknowledge that.
Will you agree that the principals and those involved in that case are trying the best they can to get the public staff to come to the commission and appoint an emergency operator?
I would caution discussion, and that's why I didn't go into detail.
Right. Fair enough. I won't go any
There
further.
are settlement negotiations
Right.
there that I don't think is appropriate to disclose
Fair
in a
enough. Fair enough.
public venue.
Fair enough. Excuse me if I stepped out of bounds there. And with respect to,
And Mr. I apologize. Abundance of caution.
that's all right.
As not an attorney and, not having the attorneys involved in that case, I'm just abundance of caution to not get into that.
Fair enough. How long does it usually take to get an emergency operator appointed?
Some days it's quite fast, and other days it takes longer. It depends on the circumstances. It really does. It depends on the situation. It depends on the system, the location of the system. It depends on the nature of the compliance issues. And a recent example is quite fast, in a matter of I would measure in days because of a natural disaster. The impacts from Tropical Storm Helene.
And what system is that?
That was Buffalo Meadows, which is owned by A&D Water Services.
And I think you mentioned the Kennebec Shore system, correct?
Yes, sir.
And emergency operator was appointed for that system.
Yes, sir. So there was some complaints by customers. It ultimately led to a hearing where I personally provided evidence of the state of the system. And I believe the very same day, the commission issued an order declaring an emergency. And then we worked out the details to have an emergency operator appointed over the next few days.
Mm-hmm. But actually, the homeowners association brought a complaint with respect to that case, asking the commission to appoint an emergency operator. Correct?
Yes, sir. I referred to, there was a complaint in, I think, sub 9, because that's W-1125. Sub 9 and sub 10 were the complaints, because I talked to also Mr. Kashif An had filed an individual complaint regarding the inability to build his home.
And is the emergency operator still in place with respect to Kennebec Shores?
Yes, sir. And I think part of the issue of why there is not potentially a permanent solution is that APA that I referred to with Currituck, that no entity is going to engage with the owner in fear of, and this is what's been described to me, of tortious interference with that contract. And so again, that's that sort of, maybe I described as a trapping, that once a seller has an APA, they're sort of stuck. And how do we move forward?
Right, you're familiar with the mountain air system up in the mountains?
Yes, sir.
You got an emergency operator up there, correct?
There was an emergency operator,
Yes.
yes, and now Carolina Water Service has acquired that system.
And how long was the emergency operator in place up there?
Oh, man, I don't.
Approximately.
I know it was months, but I don't recall off the top of my head how long exactly. Time is a difficult beast. It just starts to blend together at some point. So I don't recall off the top of my head, but the record, that docket will show exactly how long.
You aware of the WRI system, water resources system?
Yes, sir.
And this, I think we're going a little far afield of the commission's questions at this point.
Except for the last one, those are three things that Mr. Junis has answered in response to your questions.
All right, so that,
About finished.
all right. Well, I'll overrule the objection, but let's stick to questions on commissioners' questions.
All right. But we're talking about getting somebody regulated. Isn't it better, Mr. Junis, to have a certificate of public convenience and necessity without having to appoint emergency operators and wait till everything is finished before you come in for rate increase? Isn't that better to have the commission have a jurisdiction over these things?
I'm gonna have to dissect that question because it seems like two separate questions there. So can you repeat the first part? Because you stated on the end about waiting for a rate case, but the first part was that I think ownership or a CPCN was better than the appointment of an emergency operator. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. There is some sort of permanence to a CPCN, as opposed to an emergency operator is intended to be temporary. Now, unfortunately, some of our emergency operators have been very long, decades. In fact, it really does depend on the circumstances. I would point to Cross-State as an example where Carolina Water has provided a level of reliability and consistency the best they can. Would an owner make sense and a CPCN make sense? Sure. I think there is value to that. But I think all those cases that you described are evidence of the contribution of the public staff to find solutions and to make a situation better.
Well, I think part of your response to the chair's questions, you went through the processes and the procedures. If you want to make a capital addition, you can come in and request increase in rates and sort of try to anticipate when that capital addition will be completed and put that in rate base.
Yes, sir. I think it was actually Commissioner Hughes' question
Excuse me.
about
Yeah.
just the process of recovering capital improvements.
And the one example I was going to ask you about is water resources. They made a capital addition and waited till they were finished, came in for a rate increase. And the 270 days for the commission to issue an order of that case, I think is about to run out and they haven't even gotten an order yet.
Subject to check. I will accept that.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Coxton.
I just have a few questions. And maybe it's just one. Mr. Finley posed a question of, isn't it better to do something a particular way? So my question is, isn't it better to follow the law from the beginning instead of bungling the path and coming in and asking for forgiveness at the risk of customers losing service?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Nothing further.
All right. At this point, you all may step down and you are excused. We appreciate your participation in this proceeding and your testimony today. Ms. Coxton, I will entertain a motion.
I would like to move their exhibits into the record as they were pre-marked. And then out of an abundance of caution, I'd like to move the show cause, that motion for show cause that the public staff filed and all of its exhibits into the record, as well as the company's response to that filed in the docket.
Okay. Would you like to be heard?
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Okay.
I guess I would object. Oh, sorry, thank you. I would object to the movement of the motion to show cause and its exhibits into evidence per, I believe, the commission's order on the discovery issues. I believe in particular Currituck's motions to compel. The commission indicated that the motion to show cause was, we were not allowed to pursue discovery on it, and that would be taken up at another time, and so it seems irrelevant to this matter.
Ms. Coxton?
Obviously, I disagree. Part of the issues that we have testified about here, service issues in particular, evidence germane to that was presented during, and photographs and things like that were part of the motion to show cause. And they're referenced in our testimony as well.
Okay, I'm going to take this one under advisement and I will issue a ruling on that motion when we come back on the record in the morning. As to your motion to admit the exhibits that were exhibits to the testimony of the public staff, I've heard no objection to that motion and I will allow that motion. Okay, council, I would ask that you remind me to address the pending motion right when we go on the record in the morning.
We will, thank
Okay.
you.
All right, we are now with applicant and you may call your witness.
Mr. Klein, if you'll step back up, I think you've already been sworn.
And as we wait for Mr. Klein to get settled in, we will go till 5 today. We will end around 5 at a reasonable breaking point in Mr. Klein's testimony, and then we will come back tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And my hope is that we can wrap up the remainder of the hearing before we take a lunch break. So I'd like to push and not have to stop for lunch tomorrow if that's possible. All right, with that, Mr. Klein, I would remind you that you're under oath and we will begin with cross-examination by the public staff.
Right, Mr. Klein, on October 28, 2024, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket rebuttal testimony and question and answer form consisting of some 45 pages?
Yes, sir.
Are there additions or corrections you need to make to that testimony?
I think we filed a correction to that, to my testimony. Is that what you're referring to?
This is the October 28,
October 28th.
2024.
That's the updated one, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. No further edits.
And are there not exhibits R4 and R5 submitted with your testimony? All right, we would ask that Mr. Klein's rebuttal testimony be copied of October 28, 2024, be copied into the record, so given orally from the stand, and his 2 rebuttal exhibits be marked for identification as pre-marked in the filing.
All right, the rebuttal testimony of witness Klein consisting of 45 pages filed in the docket on October 9th, 2024 will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. The 3 exhibits to that testimony will be marked for identification as they were when pre-filed.
But it's October 28th. October 28th is the correct.
I'm sorry,
version.
October 28th.
Okay.
Mr. Finley, we've got, so how many exhibits to the testimony are there? I have inconsistent.
If I may, I think there's 5. If you use the corrected to Mr. Klein's testimony?
Yes.
Yeah, I think.
So
if you
there's a
use-
total of 5?
Correct. I believe there were 3 with his original testimony, and then on
Okay.
the 28th of October, we filed his corrected testimony with an additional 2 exhibits that were on the commission's docket for a total of 5.
Okay, well, let's make sure, thank you, counsel. Let's make sure the record is clear. The testimony of Matthew Klein filed on October 28th, 2024, consisting of 45 pages and 5 exhibits. That testimony will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. The 5 exhibits will be marked for identification as they were when they were pre-filed.
I think we prepared a summary and we will submit that to the record so the court reporter can put it in the transcript.
All right, and the summary of the witness's testimony will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Klein is tendered for cross-examination on his rebuttal testimony.
All right, Ms. Coxton, you may go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, I would like to direct you to a statement in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony that starts on page 5, line 16.
Page 5, line 16.
Mhm.
I'm there.
Okay, so your testimony says the public staff's claims ultimately were demonstrated to be overblown and no hearing has been conducted on the motion to show cause. Is that still your testimony that our claims were overblown?
Yes.
Would you agree that the reason that there was not a hearing on the motion to show cause is because of a partial settlement that the public staff entered into to give Currituck an opportunity to correct the conditions that you contend are overblown?
I'm sorry, repeat your question. Very compound, long.
Would you agree that the reason there was no hearing on the public staff's show cause is because the public staff and Currituck entered into a partial settlement which would give Currituck an opportunity to fix the conditions at Carolina Village that you claim are overblown?
I would just simply say that the parties filed a joint settlement agreement.
I'd like to go through in your rebuttal testimony. You also speak to certain improvements to financial management and accounting matters that have taken place at EnviroLink. For reference, that's on pages 31 and 32.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you, if we go from top to bottom, can you tell me when those items, when it was completed or when the items will be completed?
Okay. And just for clarity, these are challenges that that were identified and worked on collaboratively between Currituck and EnviroLink. And specifically, you're asking me when were they completed or when will they be completed?
I'm asking if they have been completed, if
okay.
so, when?
Yes.
And then for those that have not been completed, I'm going to ask when they will be and
Okay.
why it's not done yet.
I will do my best to answer.
Perfect.
I think Mr. Greer has been sort of leading the charge on the details, so I'll defer to him generally on these and I'll try and answer where I can. I think number one, EnviroLink migrated its financial management systems from Sage 100 to QuickBooks Online. I think, to be clear, I think it went from Sage 100 to QuickBooks, a desktop version, then to online. I think that was completed probably within the last month, subject to Mr. Greer, of course. Number two, I believe the general ledger is now in order. I know that's probably not an accounting term or a term that may be acceptable to you, but I think it's generally in order, and I think that was probably accomplished about a month ago. I think subject to Mr. Greer continuing to make improvements to that or identifying other issues we need to improve on. I think that has been addressed. Number three, Currituck and EnviroLink have established improved controls and developed a regulatory reporting package. I think Mr. Greer can address that when he testifies. Number four, EnviroLink staff was trained to ensure proper segregation of projects and funds. I'll let Mr. Greer talk about that. Bill.com will be used going forward to better track all purchases and payments. I don't believe that has been accomplished, but my understanding is that Bill.com plugs into QuickBooks to allow for better invoice payment methods. And I think that has not been accomplished, but I'll let Mr. Greer speak to that schedule. Number six, currently reconciliations that have been completed include bank accounts receivable, intercompany receivables and payables, payroll and revenue. So by that statement, it's been completed.
When?
Um,
When was that new process?
I'm going to say within the
implemented?
last month. I know I list there a number of different pieces, so I'll let Mr. Greer provide detail if there are specific dates for each particular component. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Okay. Number 7, reconciliations of all balance sheet accounts now include full and supporting schedules. I will let Mr. Greer address that time frame of when that was completed. Number 8, GL accounts will now use the NARUC uniform system of accounts, and the NARUC account numbers are being added to QuickBooks Online. I think that was, didn't I testify? I think that was completed. I think it was in response to your discovery request, I recall. Was it DR 30?
Yes.
I think I stated in there that was completed, I think the day before we filed the answer, if I'm correct. I think that took about a day to accomplish. So, and finally, number 9, a cloud-based shared file system has been established to organize and store all going forward supporting vendor contracts and invoices. I think that obviously has been completed. I don't know exactly when that was completed, and I'll defer to Mr. Greer to provide that detail.
So it sounds as if these things that occurred, they're recent things, correct? Since the public staff filed their testimony on September 20th, 2024?
I would characterize it, I understand what you're asking, but I would characterize it as sort of the outcome of collaboration that has been occurring for several months.
Those changes weren't made until after the public staff's testimony had been filed. You've said within the last 30 days, and it's been more than 30 days since our testimony was filed.
My response is that these changes are, have been ongoing and are not at all related to your testimony.
Do you agree that these systems and should have been in place before?
That's a broad question, these systems. I would suggest that, and I'll let Mr. Greer speak to his position, but he is the new CFO. I'm a reasonably new president of the company. But I think together we realized that coming in, you need to address, evaluate, listen, and look for things that may not be in the best shape. That doesn't just include the capital projects or the systems we've been talking about. It also looks at the internal systems. I have not been incredibly pleased with the financial management system, and I had conversations with Mr. Myers and Mr. Greer about how we can improve those things. And I think, fortunately, they were in agreement, and we moved forward together to systematically identify those things. And Mr. Greer will talk about his approach to how he's undertaken those activities in a very responsible and strategic way. So,
do you recall when Mr. Greer began his involvement with Currituck?
I believe, subject to check, it was the beginning of this year.
Do you know who was handling those things for Currituck at EnviroLink prior to Mr. Greer's arrival?
I believe it was Mr. Gold.
Do you know when Mr. Gold might have left employ at EnviroLink?
I don't know the specific date, but it was toward the end of 2023.
So is it fair to say that there has been a gap, a period of time where there was, EnviroLink might not have been greatly staffed in this area? Would you agree with that based on what we've just?
Not necessarily. I don't have the specific dates, and I'll let Mr. Myers talk about the staffing issue to the extent there was one.
Would you agree that part of your role as manager is ensuring that those things are in place and are in place at all times?
As I've testified, the buck stops with me. And I think I've already testified a few minutes ago that I wasn't pleased with what I was seeing. And so I took action to work with Mr. Myers and Mr. Greer to make these changes.
We've talked an awful lot today and yesterday. We've had a lot of questions about the agreement with EnviroLink. Do you recall that?
Generally, I recall discussing many things. Yeah.
So can you explain how the annual fee in that contract is calculated?
The in the agreement, can you point me to what you're referring to, the annual fee?
Yeah. Just trying to find it.
I think the agreement is an exhibit to my direct testimony, if that's easier to find, perhaps.
So do you have a copy of it? Can your counsel provide a copy of it if it was part of your testimony?
Thank you. I think it is Exhibit 1 to my direct testimony. Okay, and let me know, assuming my copy is same as your copy, tell me where you're referring.
Sure. Article 2 of the agreement speaks to the scope of services, and specifically 2D speaks to budgets, plans. Then if you go to Article 7, Article 7 references the annual fee that I'm asking if you can explain how to calculate from the stand.
Yeah. I think my answer is that I don't have a good answer for that because we are in the middle of discussing this agreement. We're in the middle of looking at how how this agreement works with the recently acquired and closed on Eagle Creek, which we've only owned and operated for since the end of March. Certainly, we're here right now as an unregulated utility, but there are things in here that we need to sit down and talk about how to do that. I know that I am receiving, as you just received, the monthly invoices that talk about the monthly operations. And I've kind of testified earlier about really what those costs would be roughly on a monthly basis. And I think we have to sit down and figure out, is that fee consistent with what is envisioned in Article 7? So that's the best answer I can give, but it's part of what we're doing to move the company forward and clarify many of the financial management issues that I just talked about earlier.
Hasn't Currituck been paying EnviroLink under the terms of this agreement?
In part.
Wouldn't it be prudent to know how to calculate compensation to your contract operator?
I think we understand that. I think we're just not done talking about that. Because it is generally a cost plus contract. We have to get into the additional services. I know you haven't asked me about that yet, but how do we make sure that the additional services are consistent with this agreement? How do we make sure that we can account for those things in the financial management system? So when it comes for a rate case, we have everything in order to provide it to the public staff so there aren't questions. So
I think my question, Mr. Klein, is do you have the ability to explain succinctly how the annual fee in that contract is calculated?
not as I sit here today.
Why did Currituck make the decision to engage EnviroLink when there were periods of time when EnviroLink did not have staff on staff? In other words, they didn't have to subcontract in the case of Albemarle for boots on the ground, or in the case of, Mr. Gold to Mrs. Greer, Mr. Greer. I'm trying to understand why Currituck continued to operate with EnviroLink when those deficiencies in staffing were there.
Well, I think you're making some assumptions there, but let me answer it this way. You asked me why we continue to contract with EnviroLink because someone decided to leave the company. We have to, backfill that position. I don't think anyone just terminates a company because some employee leaves and we need to go hire a new person. So I think there's no reason for me to, not contract with someone. Simply because employees come and go. That's a common thing everywhere, even within the public staff's organization. So I think Mr. Myers did his best with the people that he had to continue performing the financial management activities during that time before Mr. Greer arrived at EnviroLink.
I was asking also about the issue with Albemarle Environmental. We've heard a lot of testimony today about the difficulty in locating operators in certain parts of the state. So I'm questioning the wisdom of continuing to use a company that has admitted it did not have individuals on its payroll, so to speak, capable of operating two of Currituck's systems.
I don't know that the agreement we have with EnviroLink mandates that it must be a direct employee hired by EnviroLink. I think it anticipates being able to use subcontractors. So in broad terms, if they have trouble finding people and need to use a subcontractor, no matter who it is, I don't have necessarily an issue with that. I certainly have, we've had plenty of discussion about Albemarle and their challenges, but if I understand what you're saying, the customers need to be served. The plants must be operated. We need to comply with DEQ requirements. And so whether that is the employees like Mr. Richardson that Mr. Myers has talked about, or we have a subcontractor, I expect EnviroLink to continue to fulfill its operational obligations.
Why did Currituck opt not to hire in-house staff for any of the roles that EnviroLink covers?
I don't know why we would need to do that,
I'm asking why
Oh.
why they didn't, just and
because we have an agreement with EnviroLink to do that.
did Currituck at any point approach EnviroLink about terminating the contract after the events at Eagle Creek and Carolina Village surrounding the performance of the FARs?
Ask that question again. The first part, I need to understand the first part of your question. I'm sorry.
Sure. Has Currituck at any point endeavored to terminate the contract with EnviroLink based on the activities of the FARs at Carolina Village?
No.
Do you think that what occurred at Carolina Village is consistent with what you would expect from a contractor?
No, I expect contractors to do the very best they can.
And to be clear, there has not been a move to terminate EnviroLink for that or for any of the other things that have been discussed.
No.
Mr. Klein, in your opinion, what would warrant termination of that agreement?
I don't know. I probably have to give that a lot of consideration.
Fair enough. Nothing further.
Redirect.
Mr. Klein, I have some question about the difficulties with Albemarle Environmental. Would you agree with me that everyone concerned had problems with the ORC after the February 21 inspection?
Everyone? Yes.
Did you ask EnviroLink to terminate the FARs?
Yes.
And did EnviroLink concur?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Klein, your testimony, give me a minute here and I'm going to find it, but you described you characterize the agreement between Currituck Water and Sewer and EnviroLink as being arm's length agreement, as having been negotiated at arm's length. Let me find that testimony.
Page 20, possibly.
Yes, that's right. So on page 20 of your testimony, down at the bottom, you say, yes, the agreement between CWS and EnviroLink was negotiated in an arm's length fashion. And you go on to say both parties were represented by separate counsel. CWS was represented by Moore and Van Allen, EnviroLink by the forest firm. CWS had no ability to control EnviroLink in negotiating the terms of the agreement and vice versa. So that agreement is dated December 2021. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Yeah,
Okay.
those testimonies upon my information and belief. When I think we had a data request on that and I went and said, tell me more about this.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And do you agree with me that at the time that agreement was negotiated, Mr. Myers was the vice president of CWS and he was the president of EnviroLink?
Well, I guess right before that magic moment where the contract becomes effective, it was all at the same time. If I'm correct, I think Mr. Myers had created, I think it was his testimony, he created Currituck Water and Sewer LLC. The holding company was created, and the contribution agreement between Clear Current, Longleaf, putting the shares together. I think it was about 3.5 million shares, and then the agreement, the agreement that we're speaking of, was all at the same time, I believe.
Okay, so at the time the agreement between CWS and EnviroLink was negotiated, was Mr. Myers the vice president of CWS?
I would say, to the best of my knowledge, I think he was.
Okay, and you say in your testimony they had separate counsel, you identify those counsel, that's straightforward. But it doesn't, and Mr. Myers testified, at least I understood his testimony, and he can correct me if I've misunderstood when he comes up later, but he testified that he was involved in the negotiation of that agreement in his capacity as president of EnviroLink. But my question is this: you describe it as arm's length, but what protections were in place to ensure that it really was arm's length? I mean, I understand there was separate counsel, but you've got Mr. Myers at the table, and he wears two hats. I mean, he's a senior executive of CWS. He's the senior executive of EnviroLink. Help me understand, what were there any other protections in place to ensure that it truly was an arm's length negotiation?
Yeah,
There was no
yes,
self-dealing?
Yes, absolutely. I believe, and this may be again a data request response, I think in DR 30 to the public staff, but I believe Jeff Eucness from Bernhard Capital, as well as I think Julius Bedford from Bernhard Capital, were also involved in negotiating the agreement on behalf of Clear Current.
On behalf of?
Clear Current, the Bernhard entity.
Okay.
Clear Current, yes, 2 words.
But Clear Current is not a party to this agreement. It's CWS and EnviroLink. So my question really is, how can this commission be confident in your testimony that it was an arm's length negotiation? You've got Mr. Myers who's a senior executive in one company and a senior executive in the other company, of the two companies that entered into this
Yeah.
agreement? What, other than the fact that there were separate counsel, was there anything else?
As you know, I don't have personal knowledge of this. I have to rely on what I've learned from my employment. But I think having separate counsel, my understanding is Moore Van Allen did not represent the interests of Mr. Myers or Longleaf. It represented the interests of Bernhard and Clear Current. And I don't know who provided the boilerplate for the contract. I don't know what was the give and take. All I know is that we had separate attorneys to represent the interests of the two parties that came together to put this agreement.
Okay, well, I'm still confused then, because Bernhard and Clear Current, how did I mean, that's not CWS.
No, well, I don't have all the documents in front of me, but Clear Current formed Currituck Water and Sewer Holdings. I think we know that Mr. Myers is a minority owner of that. I think then Currituck Water and Sewer LLC, which had been already formed by Mr. Myers, became owned by Currituck Water and Sewer Holdings, which is majority owned by Clear Current LLC, which is owned by Bernhard Capital Partners. So I think in the formation of the agreement, it was driven by the parties, EnviroLink, Mr. Myers, and the Bernhard representatives of Currituck Water and Sewer. That is my understanding. And they had separate counsel to represent their different interests. Mr. Myers had his counsel, and Bernhard, Currituck Water and Sewer itself, as owned by ultimately Bernhard, had its own counsel, MVA, Moore Van Allen. That's my understanding.
Okay. I just want to make sure I've got it straight then, because I've been working at this for a while now to understand these various transactions, and
I would offer.
I am not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I am not, so it takes me a long time to get
okay.
things. All right, so I'm gonna try it one more time here. Maybe we'll be done before 5 with my recitation of my understanding. So you've got an agreement that you have in your testimony and that we have before us as being between CWS and EnviroLink. I'm assuming that agreement was negotiated over time and then it was consummated. The copy that y'all have put in the record, at least the one I've seen, there's no date on the, I guess it's dated the 20th of December, but then you have different dates on the signature block. So I don't really know how to interpret the date of this contract.
Yeah. I see
But
that.
I'm just going to say December 2021. So my question is this: while that agreement was negotiated, you have in your testimony that Moore and Van Allen was representing CWS. Now I'm hearing more about Moore and Van Allen representing Clear Current, and I understand that Clear Current and Longleaf have ownership interests in CWS Holdings, Currituck Water and Sewer Holdings. So what I am trying to discern here, and you're talking about sort of closings on these various corporate transactions that have occurred over time.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to understand is, was this really an arm's length negotiation? I mean, you've got Myers.
Yeah.
Myers at the moment this agreement is executed. I mean, you were not the president until January
Right.
2021. I don't know. We don't have any date in the record as to when Myers is out. So
Yeah.
I'm assuming that it's as of January 1 that I guess the previous president and Myers are out, and you're in as the sole employee, and that's January 1, 2024.
Yeah.
But at this time, Myers is the VP of CWS. Myers is the president of EnviroLink, and there's an agreement being negotiated. And you've got in your testimony that CWS was represented by Moore and Van Allen. You don't have Clear Current, you don't have CWS Holdings, you don't have any Longleaf, any of these other entities. You have CWS.
Fair enough.
So we've got to make decisions based on evidence in the record. I'm trying to understand the evidence in the record. I'm trying to understand the various corporate machinations that have occurred over time here so I can understand what is going on with these companies. You guys are asking for approval from this commission. Help me understand where things stand. We've been in this hearing room now. This is, what did we start today at 9 o'clock in the morning? We were here yesterday. I've been reading this stuff for months as this proceeding has been going on. And I'm still right here. Like, help me understand where we are
Yeah.
so that I can
Yeah.
move on and we can conduct other business. Mr. Finley just pointed out, we've got an order that we've got to get issued because we're hitting up our 270 days. Clearly, this commission moves slowly. But that is in part because these proceedings take so long. Clean it up, clean it up. Help me understand where we are so that we can move forward and get an order out on this case.
Yeah.
And most importantly, take care of the customers that are out there. So answer the question. How can you assure me that this negotiation was an arm's length transaction? Somebody help me understand that. At this moment in time, help me understand it.
First of all, I apologize, Madam Chair. It's
Just
not-
answer the question. I'm sorry, we've already taken
I
too much time.
I have no basis to offer to you that this agreement was not negotiated. And it
Okay,
looks like
that's all I need to know.
I would defer to Mr. Myers to.
Well,
you know,
Okay, I will
just-
ask Mr. Myers.
Yeah, thank you.
So we've heard your testimony today, Mr. Klein, and over the past couple of days, and we've read it in the record that you're the sole employee of the utility, CWS, the utility, and you're contracting all operations from the actual operation of the utility assets to the financial and the regulatory work that the utility has to perform with EnviroLink. Is there any other utility in North Carolina that you're aware of that operates in this way, where there's a single employee and all the other operations are contracted out?
As I sit here right now, I'm not aware of any.
I mean, how can you assure this commission that there's going to be adequate human resources to carry out the business of the utility? How can we feel comfortable that if we authorize you to provide service to all these different, entities that you have an interest in providing service to, that you're going to have sufficient resources to take care of the business that you have to take care of to provide adequate and reliable service at affordable rates?
In short, I'm just going to have to demonstrate that to you. I mean, Bernhard had the wisdom to bring me on. I wasn't here, but, I've been here for a year. They had the wisdom to say, I think we need some help and some support.
And so our confidence
Yeah.
in in the utility's ability to provide adequate and reliable service hinges on the performance of your contractor.
Mhm.
Your contractor of choice is EnviroLink.
Yeah.
So we need to start answering the questions about EnviroLink.
Mhm.
You have come to us and said, Commission, give us the approvals that we need. We have one employee, and that's me, Matt Klein. Everything else is going to be conducted by EnviroLink. And then EnviroLink turns around and says, oh, by the way, everything has been conducted by the FARs or an Albemarle environment, and nothing is our fault. It's all the FARs' fault. Start answering some questions and providing us with a reason to have confidence that what you are proposing is going to comply with North Carolina law. And beyond that, is going to give us the confidence that we can feel good about making a decision that sets you on a course to do this, if that's what you want us to do. And we have been in here a long time, and I'm feeling very frustrated that I'm still at this point of having questions and dancing around questions with lawyers. You guys have been fighting for months and months and months and months. Enough, no more. We're in this hearing room, answer the questions, get the evidence in front of us that goes for everybody in here so that we can then get to decision making, because we've got a lot of business that we've got to take care of. I have no other questions. Do you have any questions?
Thousands of dollars. Said the other day, you weren't sure if they've been paid or not, or how much penalties for.
Yeah.
So how much of this has been paid to date? You're the only employee
Yeah.
of CWS.
First of all, I don't have those figures in front of me. I can provide that. Number two, I think you just got the the July, August, and September invoices. I know those have not been paid.
Could you let us know?
Thank you.
If we're
Madam
gonna-
Chair,
coming back tomorrow, maybe
Yeah.
we could find out by tomorrow.
All right, questions on commission's questions. We will start here.
No questions.
Mr. Klein, one of the reasons you had a hard time answering the chair's questions is because you weren't there and you don't have firsthand knowledge.
Fair enough.
Mr. Myers was there, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And he's prepared to answer the questions to the extent he hadn't already done so. Fair enough? Fair enough.
It's in your testimony. It's in your testimony. It is, and this is sworn testimony.
We're trying to get you what you need. You were asked about sufficient resources to provide service. Have you, as president of CWS, been given authority by the board and by the equity owner to hire other contractors or experts to assist you at CWS?
Yes, and they're sitting to your right.
Right. Okay, that's all I have.
All right, Mr. Klein, you may step down and you are excused.
Thank you.
Move
Take a
these
motion.
exhibits.
If I may, I think you had one question from yesterday that you said you wanted to raise with Mr. Klein. on
Thank you.
rebuttal.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Can you tell me when you first went
Yes,
to the
ma'am.
site?
Yes, ma'am. I first went to the site within 45 days of my tenure. It was October 10th and 11th, 2023.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, counsel.
We would move the rebuttal exhibits into evidence.
All right, having heard no objection to that motion, we will allow it.
Mr.
Chair Mitchell, the information that we just learned about the date of the system, it's not entirely consistent with our understanding.
The date of Mr. Klein's visit to the system?
Yes, ma'am. The first day of the visit, that this is new information to the public staff, that he had visited the system in October of 2023.
I would indicate that we've never been asked the first date that Mr. Klein visited the system.
All right, I'm going to do this. I'm going to allow you to ask Mr. Klein questions on my question because I asked Mr. Klein the question. It was a commission question and you are allowed to ask questions on the commission's questions. I'll give you guys a chance to ask questions on those questions after council asks them. All right, let's go ahead, Ms. Costin.
Miss- Mr. Klein, what was the state of the system when you visited in October?
I think the state of the system is consistent with what we have discussed. It was a system that needed capital improvements.
Housekeeping, was the grass mowed?
I believe it was.
Did the signs have the right phone number on them?
I don't recall.
Did you check?
I did. Actually, I was concerned not about those signs, but the signs on the lift stations because they were faded. And lift stations A, B, and C, you had to get very close to determine which one it was. So to your concern, if public saw a lift station that had an issue and they tried to call, they would probably want to know, I'm seeing lift station A malfunctioning, and I wanted to make sure that that was cleaned up. And so I believe I spoke to both Mr. Myers and Don Feller, who's been mentioned, and I said, please fix the signs. And I believe they have been fixed. I've seen evidence of that.
And those conversations were in October of 2023 when you visited the site?
Well, I think it was over time, but I believe, I don't know when they were fixed, but they have been fixed. Look, I'll offer another example. Where the tank is, on one of my visits in 24, I noticed that there was some, they had done some work and had unwrapped some product, and there was some product that had wrappings that were there, and I asked them to make sure that they disposed of it. I saw that some locks needed to be replaced. I saw that some fencing was in disrepair and asked them to continue to work on those things. So I understand it's a bit comical that, I would worry about grass and things like that, but many other things other than grass were observed by me and asked to be repaired and addressed by EnviroLink. So, and those things have been accomplished.
To be clear, these observations were in October of 2023?
No, not all of them. I've
So-
been out there probably a total of 4 or 5 times. I was out there once in 23 in October, and I've been out there other times after that, including the time I invited you and DEQ to come out, and we were out there April 24th, I believe. And so every time I've been there, I've walked the entire site, all the lift stations, the wastewater plant, I've looked at the wells, all of that. And anytime I see something that is of concern to me, whether it might be a regulatory violation or something that, as you have testified, could be perhaps a non-regulatory housekeeping issue. I've made those known to Mr. Myers and his team.
Were the lift station lids open when you were there in October of 2023?
I don't remember.
Were there 2 functioning blowers when you were there in 2023?
I don't remember.
Is there a backup generator when you were there in 2023?
I don't remember.
What do you remember?
I remember seeing a system that looked very old and needed capital improvements, the kind of capital improvements we're working on right now.
Was any maintenance and repair done?
While I was there, or
I'm trying to
I-
gauge it at any
No,
time.
I was there with Mr. White, I believe, Andrew White, who's now left the company, but I met him and he gave me a tour. So
When did you first make the public staff aware of your role as president of CWS?
I don't remember.
I guess I would object. I think we're beyond the scope of when he went to visit the site for the first time.
I'm simply trying to ascertain the sort of what role he was in and things of that nature when he visited the site in October and how that correlates to a timeline. We've just learned this information today, and there have been multiple discussions with Mr. Klein, Mr. Junis, and others with the public staff about his exposure to Carolina Village, including his coy answers to questions yesterday about the first time he visited.
Okay. All right, I'll overrule the objection. I'll give you a little leeway here so that you can ask your question, but let's stick to, my question to him was, when did you first visit the site? He's answered it. Limit your questions to questions pertaining to that question.
How did the system compare when you visited in October of 2023 to the photograph shown in the public staff's motion to show cause filed in this docket in March of 2024?
Well, I haven't had a chance to review those photos in front of me. I will say that I think the system looked much worse during the February inspection.
Just to be clear, you haven't reviewed the photos that were attached to the motion. You filed a response to the motion. Is that correct?
From what I remember, which is I'm doing this on the fly and my memory is limited right now. The one thing that sticks out is the pipe that you have talked about consistently, the one that apparently the FARs installed to allow effluent to go into the pond. I did not see that when I was there in October of 23, and that's the one thing that sticks out in my mind.
So how can you conclude that it was capital improvements, deferred maintenance, or any of that sitting here today when you don't remember the conditions with specificity when you visited the system the first time?
Well, I know enough to remember and look at the projects that we have changed and have done. I remember the April visit that we had, and Mr. Junis was there and others, and I did see open lids. I did see cords and wires and things like that. I do remember that, and I believe all of those things, and I think Mr. Myers testified to that those things have been resolved. There's new SCADA. I forget the name of the company. I want to say it's not SCADA Watch. It's I'll get it. But anyway, we've installed SCADA systems on those lift stations. So there are some things I have a particular memory of not being at the site in October, and there's particular things I remember being worse through some of the pictures you took and filed in the motion to show cause, and there's things I remember being repaired over the last several months as we've invested in the system.
I don't have any further questions.
Questions? All right. Mr. Klein, you may step down at this point and you are excused. Did you want, Ms. Coxton? Okay. Mr. Finley.
Mr. Greer, if you'll come around and be sworn, please.
All right, Mr. Greer, let's get you sworn in. You swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right.
Greer, will you state your name and business address for the record, please?
Yes, John Greer, 4700 Homewood Court, Suite 108, Raleigh, North Carolina.
With whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am the Chief Financial Officer for EnviroLink.
And have you caused to be pre-filed in this docket and question and answer form? 13 pages of pre-filed testimony filed on October the 9th, 2024.
Yes, sir.
Are there any corrections or additions you would like to make to that testimony?
No, sir.
If the questions set forth in the pre-filed testimony were asked of you today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
We would ask that Mr. Greer's rebuttal pre-filed testimony be copied of the record as though given orally from the stand.
Motion is allowed.
Tender for cross.
Mr. Greer, have you hired any employees since you joined EnviroLink?
Hired one deputy CFO.
You mentioned in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony implementing a comprehensive framework of internal controls. Is that documented anywhere?
We have it in draft form at this point. I have it in draft form. Still working through that, but it is not documented, ready for public use yet.
The public staff asked if that was documented in Discovery. Is that correct?
Are you referring to DR 30?
Yes.
Yes, that was before it was in draft form. Yes, there was nothing. The answer to that DR at the time is correct.
That DR was roughly 10, 15 days ago, would you agree?
That's correct. Yes.
How many sets of books and records does Currituck have?
Can you rephrase the question? I'm not sure I understand.
Sure. In your pre-filed testimony, you describe a period of time where Currituck's books and records have to be compliant with commission rules and then don't have to be compliant. Is that correct?
Can you direct me to what page? I have my testimony here.
So I think we're in the neighborhood of pages 5 and 6.
Okay.
So my question for you is, how many sets of accounting records does Currituck maintain?
Still not sure I fully understand your question. Are you asking, do we have multiple programs or?
So Currituck has been collecting rates for FOST since September of 2023, correct?
That was before my tenure here, so I can't give any accurate data on that.
Okay, so would you accept that subject to check?
Subject to check.
And then it has been a certificated public utility for Eagle Creek beginning since, on March of 2024. Is that correct? And when we sent in our testimony, we cited the fact that Currituck was a public utility, but was not following applicable commission rules. Is that a fair assessment of our testimony?
That's how I remember it.
And so what I'm asking you is, how many sets of books does Currituck have? Is there one set of books for when you're not a utility and another set for when you are?
So I'm going to answer that in this manner. We switched from Sage 100 to QuickBooks to allow one uniform set of books internally. That does not mean there was not one set of books or more than one set of books before, but as with any business, we kept things, I guess the correct way to say it would be with general ledger codes, and then where you run a report, it may not have all of the NARUC codes on there because those get complicated. And as you know, you may have 50 tabs of NARUC or the United or the system of accounts. You may have 50 tabs that you don't use because it's not applicable to a utility. So while there is only one set of books, the reason we made the switch was for the reporting, in part so that we could be able to show NARUC accounts, hopefully on a clearer basis moving forward, because Sage 100 was so antiquated. It's really hard to get reporting to be read easily by someone who's not working in it every day, therefore not very useful to public or anyone else.
So would you say that the books and records that Currituck is contracted with EnviroLink to provide, to maintain, are fully compliant based on your testimony and DR responses? I think you've indicated that the change has been made. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Everything is high and tight, squared away. Is that correct?
Yes, the change has been made to bring everything into compliance. I'm still auditing those records to make sure that there are no mistakes. As you know, when you switch accounting programs, it can take some time to just go through all of the data. So yes, as we stand here today, as we said in DR 30, what we had left to do, the only thing we are still working on as of today is just making sure that the general, or excuse me, I'm sorry, I don't mean to misspeak there, that the asset register is fully accurate and fully coded properly. So that is all we have left on the list that we sent in DR 30.
So if we were to pull out the company's response to DR 30, the chart of accounts, that would be accurate, complete, correct?
We use the NARUC chart of accounts. And I believe what we sent you was a copy of the NARUC chart of accounts.
No, I think the discovery, I think you sent us what you contend is the chart of accounts that has been created for Currituck since this migration.
I don't have that exhibit in front of me. I apologize. I have the data request, not the exhibit.
And that's so. Just what is your understanding of what you provided in response to the data request? Let's start there.
You're talking about the chart of accounts?
Yes.
Yeah, so the chart of accounts that we use has been from the 1994 NARUC chart of accounts, and it's just the Excel version, I believe, is what we provided you, or the Excel version to the PDF version.
So is it Currituck Water and Sewer's account list, or is it just a generic?
No, it's their account list, but it's based on the NARUC chart of accounts.
Okay. So would you be, and just to confirm, you've reviewed it, it's accurate, there's nothing strange in there, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
So would you accept, subject to check, that one of the owner's equity accounts in that chart of accounts is for a completely different utility?
I have no reason to doubt you, so subject to check, I would have to, again, check it. I haven't. If there was a clerical error, it does not change that we still would follow NARUC chart of accounts. I guess, is that what you're asking? Or is that what you're telling me, is there was a clerical error there?
It seems that you're calling it a clerical error to have another one of Mr. Myers' entities that he is involved with mixed up in Currituck. I'm asking, just verifying that you've checked the records.
Subject to check. I'll have to go back and look again.
And do you think that is an appropriate representation of financial, technical financial accounting skills to have those sorts of clerical errors?
I think having one clerical error in a chart of accounts is dangerous to say it points to a company's entire financial management. Now, again, I'm going to go back and look after we finish here in a few minutes to see what it was, but I think that's a dangerous precedent for me to set.
It's not just one error, Mr. Greer. That's the most glaring one, or one of the most glaring. I just wanted to verify that you were responsible.
Let me object, Madam Chair. If public staff has found an error, or there's a company referred to in the chart of accounts that shouldn't be there, rather than ask the witness who doesn't know about them, his opinion on it, she ought to show what that is, and he can respond to it.
Mr. Finley, what is your objection?
Objection to the question because they're asking Mr. Greer about apparently what they maintain to be the company that EnviroLink put into the chart of accounts that shouldn't be there as a mistake when he doesn't know what she's talking about. And if they know what they're referring to, he needs to see it. So that's the purpose of my objection.
All right, Ms. Foxton.
It was a document provided by the company. I assume that they had knowledge of what they provided to us in response to discovery. I can certainly have print out copies of the document and bring it and present it to Mr. Greer tomorrow.
All right,
We can go through.
let's handle it that way. I think it's if he doesn't have it in front of him, let's get it in front of him, and it's a fair. I'll ask public staff to take care of that. We're gonna go ahead and call it for today. We will be back. So let's go off the record, and we'll be back in here on the record at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Can we approach